It is 10:59 a.m. Friday, January the 25th, 2019. It is now 11 a.m. So there you go. Um, let's see here. So, yeah, I didn't wake up early. I just wasn't able to wake up. Really wasn't. Um, yeah, I think I'll have to wait until Monday. It's not that I can't do it, like, and get up, get over there. I just don't know what the time is. And the last time I tried to go over there at 11, they basically turned me away because there was no more spots left. And with the shutdown, I just really doubt that, like, I'll be able to really, you know, do that. So, instead, I'm relaxing, having my relaxing morning. I know that other people would kill to have this, so, but my coffee, a banana, that's about it. Yeah. Took my supplements. Don't have the same level of depression as I did yesterday, which is good, which is nice. Um, yeah, I'm angry at myself for not waking up, though. I am. I'm upset already with myself for not waking up, just immediately going to the DES building and going through the interview and having, like, just, but, uh, yeah, whatever. What's done is done right now. Um, Make sure to change over into some proper clothes for physical therapy. Outside of that, Monday looks to be my primary care appointment, so that's nice. Finally get tested, uh, get things looked at. What am I thinking about? I think I fucked up last night, but I don't know how. And also, my mom complimented me this morning, you know. And here's the thing. It's like, oh, I'm happy that and I'm proud of you for eating healthier and doing all these things. And I'm like, it took every ounce of me not to, like, just immediately retort. Like, I don't really even want to hear anything from her about it. I don't want to have her tell me that she thinks it's good or that it's happy for her or whatever. I don't care. And in fact, the fact that she does it actually annoys me because I'm not ready to accept her in any form of positivity in my life. So I took the compliment, but outside of that, it's like, that's what it is, you know? Uh, it's annoying because those little tiny moments will make you go, oh, maybe there is hope. And what I've learned is for abusers like that, they have power, and when you start doing something that they like, they'll compliment you on it. But as soon as you get outside of that, then of course it's no longer good. And they'll use it against you in some ways. So it's just, for me, like, okay, I got this compliment from this individual I don't like. So take that for what you will. You really hate your mom? I don't hate her. I don't even despise her. I just know that she has these faults. She has these issues, and she is not. She has not fixed them or tried to help them in any way quite yet. So when she does compliment, it's like, okay, I'll take it, but I'm not going to let it go any further than that, because I recognize that the individual behind the compliment is wrong for me, you know. Um, that's pretty cool. Huh. What? It was just today I learned. Um, I'm feeling someone are all warm and tingly right now. I like that. Let's see here. When is my appointment? It's at 2, right? It's the 25th? It's at 2. And they pushed it to 7:10 because I thought it was at 5. Well, we'll see. We'll learn. We'll learn. What's gonna happen's gonna happen. Whoever decides to do it, it's just, yeah. uh, no, I don't. I'm not a person that subscribes to. I'm a person that's the at least once a day philosophy of masturbation. At least once a day. You know, give yourself a good old orgasm once a day. Because honestly, it helps. It relieves a lot of stress, reduces blood pressure, just all around can be useful. Um, but that's me, you know. That okay, so this is getting still kind of on topic, but off topic, and a little too personal, but I'll do it anyways. Um, like I said earlier, like if you do Kegels, you do, pelvic floor stretches and all that sort of stuff, and then you also have picum tree bark powder and sunflower lectin, Lycian, uh, it, and you edge yourself, like, I don't even have to, like, just waiting a couple of days is enough to just be ridiculous. It really is. Like 3 days, it's like, oh shit. Like I can feel this inside of me that wants to come out. Like there's an actual pressure down there now of this that needs to get the fuck out. um, oh yeah, for real. Yeah, it can actually kind of hurt too. Like when I first started off with the sunflower lectin, or Lycian, before it kind of caught on as a secret craze for men to, because at first it was mostly used as a supplement for women who are breastfeeding that would get like, a buildup of something. Um, but of course men found it eventually and, started using it. And so they kind of changed. But before that, a lot of stuff was a little bit more pure. And so, like that combined with doing Kegels, like I distinctly remember because I had jury duty, and that's when the whole thing started. When I decided to start that, that was back when Aunt Eileen last came over, and that was an interesting 3-day experience. So it was like a week on it before I did the whole abstaining for a couple of days while doing Kegels. Just Kegels. Just Kegels. Make sure to drink a lot of water because, of course, that increases its volume as well. And then Kegels, not just... well, here's the thing. Kegels will allow the man to be able to actually push as hard as he can to get all of it out. So the orgasm itself is stronger, but also the amount released is more because you're able to push more because you trained that's right, you've trained the muscles to be able to push a little bit harder, so you're able to get more out. And on average have, like, when I was there and doing my Kegels and everything, like I would have like 6 or 7 spurts. Like now I'm down to like 4. And you're like, that doesn't seem like a lot of a difference. It's a huge difference. Like there are aftershocks and stuff that'll happen too, which is great. Um, it's just all around, yeah. Like it was good back then, before stuff was going on. But yeah, that's what kind of sold it on for me, because I was like driving back home being like, okay, I can't do any more Kegels because I feel like if I just squeeze a little too hard, it's just automatically gonna come out. Like it's just built up so damn much. I need to go fucking take care of this. That's kind of how it felt like, truly. It was pretty insane, honestly. Um, so that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I can just keep going all day, you know. Um, you know, especially if I have a partner that I think is sexy. It's just like, man, you got me all hot and bothered over here. Anyways. But yeah, so also, I mean, that's another thing. Like, if you are doing this for yourself, masturbatory experience, then you're probably not going to have, because this is a proven fact. Or, not proven fact, I shouldn't say that, but there have been studies that indicate that if a man is set up to the idea that he's going to have sex, his body will produce more. In general, and have a stronger orgasm in general. So if you have, your significant other, and you've been doing all this stuff, and you know that it's like coming up, then, and you've been saving, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine the load that must be. Like, that's probably quite significant. That would probably end up being pretty significant. Celery, if you didn't know, brightens up. That makes it whiter. It does. It really does. So if you want to have it pop more on screen, eat some more celery. You want it to taste better? Pineapple and mangoes. Like, mine's gonna be bitter as shit because I eat a lot of bitter stuff. It's more than likely gonna just not taste good. So there's that. But, like, I can switch back over to being, more of a smoothie drinker rather than a meat and stuff like that. But I still love my coffee. Like, I can switch over to tea, but I like coffee. In fact, I prefer, like, a specific combination of ginger, mint, something else. I forget what it's like, black tea, coffee. I really like that combination. It's really nice. I don't know why. I just know that I like it. And like, the black tea has to be good whole leaf black tea. You know what I mean? Not like this dried out husk coming from some unknown land in the weird places of something. That's actually a pretty good title for a book. In the unknown land in the weird places of something. Follows the adventure of one young lady and her trusty companion. Could be a dog, dragon, doesn't really fucking matter. Going on adventures, finding love, losing love, finding friendship, finding more love, why is the love? Because everybody wants love, motherfucker. That's the hook. I know it sounds, corny, but hear me out. You know how everybody will turn on a specific song and they'll love that song, but they won't do it with their friends, but if they're alone, they'll sing it? Which I think that's stupid. Sing loud and proud. Love what you like, okay? But yeah, so it's kind of like that. It's like everybody kind of likes a good little romance if it's going the way they want it to. Readers respect, like, what they say eat that shit up. Like, they'll read through it. Um, they might not like that it's driving, the story or anything like that, but it's not really meant to be the main piece. It's supposed to be a side piece. The overarching storyline is more about the actual adventures, of course, and traveling to the different islands or planets or planet islands, I don't know. And then they, find people that want to join in and just have random adventures. They end up coming up to a crew, find some dastardly people that have this nefarious plot to do something to something that they like, and it's up to them to stop them. But along the way, basically it's kind of like the Avatar, The Last Airbender. Now that I think about it. Huh. Yeah, so there you go. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Really good. I would recommend watching it more than Legend of Korra. Legend of Korra had some great fighting choreography, a few good character, like bad, evil characters, but I felt the whole show overall was kind of weak, and like the whole Asami Korra connection didn't really ever, like, there wasn't any like blatant, like, they like each other like that. And then there was supposed to be them kissing at the end. I don't know. I just figured they were really good friends, but then they never had like any of the sexual tension, and then to suddenly pop it up just because there was a fan club online just seemed stupid to me. And they ultimately cut it out for the regular release, which I think is actually good. I know it's like, oh, well, you just hate the color Korra. No. Korra's a strong, independent woman, don't need no man. She can have whoever the fuck she wants. But it just was strange because there wasn't really any of that tension. There wasn't really any of that indicated in the show previous to that, And so it just felt forced. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, don't force something that didn't seem to be the case in the beginning just for a surprise at the end. It's like, well, they could have done it off screen. It doesn't matter. We're looking at the on screen, the actual thing. It doesn't fucking matter what's going off screen, because off screen doesn't exist. As far as you're concerned, it literally doesn't happen. Because that's the truth. It doesn't happen. Unless it gets shown on screen, it's speculation. It can be anything a person wants it to be. But, I have to say the whole, like, Katara Aang situation is a little weird, too. Like, Katara's, like, what, 14? 13? Something like that? And Aang is like 10 or 12, somewhere around there. Like, there's just, I don't know. And then, like, he just constantly kind of pursues her to a degree. It's just, I don't know. It was something. And then, okay, so that's basically their first opening up, right? But somehow they stayed together. This is middle school, basically, era of of love here with how young they are. This is like late elementary school, middle school era and they somehow stayed together through all of that and had all these, kids and whatever, and they, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I have a hard time believing that part for the Legend of Korra. Like, they didn't break up at some point and then get back together later because, they're kids and they wanted to explore life. I guess, fighting the Fire Lord and being in basically a war really forces you together a little more than you would have ought to before. True. Very true. Anyways, debate the psychological impacts of stuff like that when it's really just a fun show. What's my favorite episode? Actually, it has nothing to do with Aang or Appa or any of that. My favorite episode is when Sokka gets his meteorite sword and he forges it, which I don't know how the fuck he does that because he'd never forged anything, but he got a perfect blade out of this meteorite, which, by the way, meteorite is incredibly difficult to actually forge with because of high nickel content. I digress. I'm getting off topic. But, yeah, no, that episode really kind of made me feel good because it was like teaching, look, you don't have to have these fucking giant powers. It doesn't matter what you got. Use what you have. Use that brain. You be creative and fucking fight and win. Just because they have something you don't doesn't mean you can't come up with something to counter it and fuck them over. You know? So, yeah, I like that episode. The saddest one is definitely Appa. When it follows Appa's journey by himself and how they're trying to find him. Oh, it's a heartbreaker. It really is. It's so bad. And then, of course, the very last episode when Aang goes fucking full Saiyan, full Avatarin, and just destroys Fire Lord Ahsoka. And he's like, I can still win this. And he just fucking straight up takes all of his bending. He's just weak at that point because he's not Sokka level of, awesomeness. He's just Fire Lord or Ozai. He's that fucker that always needs his powers to get shit done. But he's not like Sokka, who's got the boomerang and the sword and the whatever the fuck. You like Sokka? I like Sokka to a degree. I don't know who I would really identify with anymore. Back in the day, I really didn't identify with any of the characters, like, directly. It wasn't really my thing. So I always, like, imagined myself just coming in, as my own person, rather than, because I never really thought of myself as one of those individual characters, you know what I mean? That's the thing. They're all very unique characters. Same with Legend of Korra. Like, all very unique, well thought out, flushed characters. And honestly, fighting choreography got even better in Legend of Korra. To a degree. Until we get to the boss battles, in which case it's a giant fucking version of Korra spirit beaming the fucking evil. It's just, that's the first season, and I can't for the life of me, and it kills everything, and it shuts off the Avatar connection, so now she has her, and then that's supposed to be okay, like, oh, it's fine, it's not fine. You just get rid of your entire lineage and you have to start fresh. But then, we're going to go into the Avatar world at the end here and just hang out there for however long because the world's at peace, in quotation marks. Ugh. Like, the whole, it wasn't that amazing. Let's put it that way. It wasn't super amazing. Yeah. But fucking Korra started lighting up my whole, like, ooh, she got some slight muscles. She's got, the attitude. It's like, ooh. It's like, girl, you doing something for me. Is that when it was born? No, I kind of had an inkling before that point. I always liked tomboys. Seriously. I always have liked tomboys to a degree. I've never liked the super girly girl stuff because what I've found is tomboys are a little more or less stable mentally. Like, they don't care as much or about what's the best way to put it? Like, I need to make sure I look like this so that way other people perceive me like this. Yeah, like that kind of mentality where I have to do this, I have to do this, like I need to look the. Then tomboys just want to have fun with me. They were like, I don't know, get dirty, roll around, fuck yeah, let's go do it. So yeah, that's kind of where that started. Like the girly girls would hang off and watch us have fun. The person that I enjoyed having fun with was who I grew attached to. So, not the one standing back trying to look pretty. If that makes sense. And I never understood like this idea of femininity and masculinity. I shouldn't say I never understood it. It just always. I shouldn't say always. It usually made me feel like it was wrong. Like, why is a person forced into this way of thinking? Why is a person forced only to do this thing to be masculine or feminine? When your actions are your actions. They can be anything, and if they're doing fine, they're not hurting anybody. Who gives a shit? Could be putting on makeup as a kid, like that one kid, Phil was talking about, and when he tweeted, and I went, yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There should be no problems with that. And then earlier today on Reddit with that guy dressing up with Elsa and having fun with his son, fucking great. Love that shit. I wanted to do shit like that when I was a kid, but I always got told, that's too, yes, you're girly, like by my own family, like, it's girly, you're gonna get teased, and then I would get teased by them, like, it wouldn't be like, oh, you're gonna get teased, it's like, we're gonna tease you, we're gonna do, we're gonna, make you feel bad. Seriously, it was a thing. And I was very much a flamboyant kid. Like, that was my only way to express my personality growing up, because I was more or less confined to this idea that I had to be doing this. Like, I got my own self. Like, I fell for it. Like, oh, so I need to make sure I only act this way, and I only do these things, and I only dress this way, and I only say these things this way. That way, I'm good. When I wasn't being true to myself, and, I was basically kowtowing to fucking haters, basically, People that don't have that mentality of, fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want, I'm gonna enjoy my life. You fuckers over there judging me can go suck my dick. I'll give you a nice lewd lascivious grab of it too. Yeah, it's right there, motherfucker. You want to go after it, it's right fucking there. I ain't gonna stop you. But yeah, no, I wasn't like that as a kid. It really wasn't. It was more or less me trying to conform. But I did, throughout my time, when I started feeling better, attempt to change my hairstyle. I used to have a skunk streak, which, if you didn't know, is like you dye your hair black, and then you have a streak of blonde hair running through it, from the back up to a side in the front. And I got that from an anime, or not an anime, but a cartoon show called Danny Phantom, because I liked his hair. Straight up, I was like, that's cool fucking hair. I wonder if I can do that. So I got the that black, but it's actually blue hair coloring, and then I got really blonde, and then my mom kind of did that. That was fun, and then it got copied by a couple of other more flamboyant people, and then I let my hair grow out and cut it a certain way to the Jake Paul look back in the day. Seriously, I had the Jake Paul look back in the day. If I worked out, my God, I can't imagine how fucking similar I would have looked. But yeah, so I had that wavy ass hair, and then like, I had I'm gonna wear ties all the time, even though I'm sweating and they're absolutely disgusting. And then I had I'm gonna wear a belt over everything, just a belt. I'm gonna have it as a necklace, and then I'm gonna move it down. Yeah. And at one point, I was like, you know what? This fucking coaxial cable. Yes, coaxial cable. That white fucking shit. I'm gonna put it into like a little braid, almost like like the thorns on Jesus. When they see that, kind of like that, and then I'd wear that as a necklace. Oh, and I'm gonna have a padlock on it. I'm gonna dress in black. I'm gonna hang out with, like these kind of things. Like I went through those phases of trying to find myself in self-expression just as much as anybody else. Don't be afraid to do it. They might be blunders, but you end up finding what works and what doesn't, and it's a great thing. It's a great thing to be able to experiment and have that ability, when you're younger, because if you're older, like, you can get kicked out of your job, you dress the wrong fucking way. You're not going to get kicked out of school. You might get suspended if you fucking decide to go with basically nothing. If you're a woman or a man with your fucking pants around your ankles, or something like that, or they'll just have you flip your shirt inside out for stuff like that. But see, that's the thing. Ultra-conservative schools give you, like, uniforms and stuff. I hate fucking uniforms. It's just annoying to me. The expression of individuality is great, and the expression, like, of being able to be you is a good thing. And adds to you feeling good, and then it adds to you feeling true, and then it adds to you wanting to do more, like if you're not so bogged down and you feel good about yourself and how you look, then you're more apt to perform better, basically. That's just straight up how it goes. So for me, uniforms are not good. I understand the whole like concept for parents is really just authority figures. I don't like that they get to express themselves. It starts causing issues because other kids will think about this and this and this, and I'm like, kids are going to always think about this. They'll always get distracted by something. There is no way for you to stop that. You can try and limit it, but they'll come up with something else. It does not matter, so stop. You're in the wrong here, in my opinion. They're going to get distracted by anything they want to get distracted by. Fucking little Susie has her hair up in a Dutch braid, and he's imagining going, from the back and using those pigtails as handholds in class. He's not listening to you. They're horny fucking teenagers. No. That isn't to say they aren't listening, and the fantasy goes away. But what I'm saying is, distractions, regardless if you have a uniform or not, are going to happen. There is something to be said for going too far, though. Spikes in general. No, I understand you can wear that out there, but it's a dangerous thing. You are hormonal teenagers. If you get into a fight, that's a deadly weapon that can hurt and kill someone. No. Loose wrappings. No. Again, it can be used against someone. No. Extremely tight, form-fitting yoga pants that are way too thin. No. I understand that you want to flaunt some stuff. Get your thicker leggings. Simple as that. Alright. Men, you got, we're bogged down. We really don't have all that. We get the shirt and pants or shorts combo. That's literally all we usually get. Sometimes we get a coat. We don't get to accessorize. We don't really get to do much unless you start getting into the emo or other stuff, and then you get labeled and blah, blah, blah. But don't be afraid to express yourself, but make sure you keep your pants around your waist, or at least, close to it. Alright? Seriously. I do mean that. You walk incorrectly. This is something that I've learned as a result of me doing the whole pants basically at my knees for the better part of 2 years. It fucked with my gait. Seriously, it really did. It fucked with my gait. It made it, it took a while for the way I regularly walk to come back. And so if you want that confident walk, you want that, swagger, you need your pants around your waist. Okay? A swagger trying to walk around with your legs bowed out just so you can try and keep them up is not that good looking. Okay? So try and keep them up. Yeah. Outside of that, I don't know. I mean, we really do get regulated to pants and shirts, so yeah, try and work on your hair, wristbands, watches. If you got glasses, try and make sure they frame your face right. There are a lot of online stores that you can buy like cheap, frames and just take a picture and be able to put a frame over your face, and so that way you can more easily pick it out. And you can basically have multiple different frames, all the same prescription, accessorized for this particular outfit or whatever. It's just another way to try and be more unique, basically, depending on how you feel. Don't keep multiple glasses on you at all times. They will get stolen, okay? Leave them at home. You get two. Alright, you get 2 glasses, 1 sunglasses that are prescription. And I mean that because that shit will get stolen. I got my shit stolen all the time in high school and in middle school. No joke. You leave something around, it gets stolen. So fucking keep it on you. Do not leave it unattended. People are assholes and will steal that shit. Do not fuck around. Okay? Same thing kind of goes for corporations. Honestly, if there's no real security camera footage, or if it's in a blank spot, a person can walk by your desk, take your fucking earbuds or your player or whatever it is. So make sure you keep that too. Don't fuck around with that either. Granted, there are also other things that are entry level that don't even allow you to have stuff like that on you in the first place, so that's, a moot point in that regard. But you know what I'm saying. Like, be careful out there. The world is full of assholes that will screw you over, unfortunately. So, let me see here. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I'll follow. Why not? Let's see here. Yes, I don't know what I was talking about. Started thinking about the engine design. Apparently, what I was talking about with the new sparking system has really got people excited. How come nobody thought about this before? How come... I'm like, because, you're used to sticking a thing in a hole? Quite frankly. That's really what it is. You spend most of your time just trying. See, that's the thing. Innovations don't come up from people being constantly forced to have to be desperate and always need money and everything like that. Innovation comes from an individual who's in a good place and able to think about the problem for long enough that they're able to solve it. And the best part is that that system can theoretically be made in such a way that you don't need a large charge. You just need enough of a charge to be able to spark to the piston to be able to then, that's right. And it can be throughout the chamber during compression. You can have it on the top, you can have it on bottom, it can be everywhere that you need it to be to try and get it to burn as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's what I love about that design. And mushroom heads. Mushroom piston heads, motherfucker. Fucking awesome. Little miniature mushroom clouds in a piston creating massive amounts of power. It's fucking amazing. I love it. I want to make it. But it won't fit within the design that I had for previously, my clamshell design that I've been coming up with in my head. And again, it kind of uses that clutch system for gearing to get power to different areas. Anyways, I'm kind of wondering what you got going on. I'm sure you're working your butt off out there, each and every one of you. School, work, freelance, own small business. And if you want me for basic labor, I can fill up fucking capsules all day damn late long. It's true though. I mean, that's something I know I can do. But there are obviously, machines that capsulate pills more. I saw on there something about HIV. That's scary to me. So I'm definitely going to be getting an STD check on my Monday appointment with my doctor, because I want to make sure, like, I got one when I was in a mental health facility, but of course that was obviously not quite right. And so, yeah, what if you have HIV? Like, we're doing condoms. Yeah, there's absolutely no way I'm going to get HIV if I don't already have it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something I want. If I already have it, I need to make sure I get checked and then start on stuff. I'll be like, well, I don't know where I got it. I'll just make up some shit about having sex with somebody. It doesn't really fucking matter. But I need to have the medication and everything to, I need to get well. I can't have, like, I need this to not be a thing. You know what I mean? I need to have it be in real life. I cannot be taking supplements. They're not going to let me, is what you're saying. They're not going to let me get that. That's not good. At all. Is there a way to make them? Is there a way, like, yeah, I'll just get an STG. I want to, basic, I mean, I want lab work, physical, yada, yada, yada. Referral to ears, nose, throat, get an x-ray of my stomach, make sure I don't have anything going on, get to a cardiologist so that way I can get my heart checked out. Just in general, yeah, be able to do the basics after all is said and done, because if I want to get healthy and I want to succeed, I can't be worried about stuff like that. You know what I mean? You can't have that be all consuming, so to speak. Nice. What am I thinking? I am thinking that I need to make sure to not just get everything checked out, but I want it to feel like it's actually real. You know what I mean? Like, and that it's not something against me. Yeah, Nintendo is a wholesome company. for the most part. They have some really annoying business practices when it comes down to how they manage. Like, there's a reason why you don't see very many Nintendo YouTube videos. It's because they get flagged and they take all the money, you know, or they shut you down. So I have some annoyances with that. Antibodies. HIV. Theoretically, that could be a way. Like, see, okay, so if there's any blood illness that you have, if you were to literally take all the blood and flush everything, like anything that happened to be in your blood, and then you redid the blood, that should technically help. It could be Alzheimer's, HIV, this disease, that disease, all of whatever the case is. It's possible that that could help, but I doubt it to that degree. Yeah. That's funny. What am I going to do? I'm going to keep making sure I try and do what I need to do. I think I'm gonna get a Google Notes and write out the list of everything I want to have looked at and be directed towards, and tests and all that, and make sure that they're all covered by insurance and all of it's good. You know? Yeah. What am I going to do? I'm kind of scared about the HIV thing now. If I donated blood and I got flagged as HIV positive, they would tell me, right? I'm gonna have to look that up. Fucking looking that up right the fuck now. Will they... Okay. Will they... Doesn't say anything about them calling. Yeah, tell you. Yes. Why did this just double itself? Okay. Okay, in a few weeks. There you go. That's slightly concerning. Yeah. But any abnormal results I want to fucking know about. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck they injected me with. I don't know what the fuck happened. All I know is I did get something. So, yeah, don't want that. Who's the one that has the most amount of my blood in their system? Because I feel like some of you got my blood in them at a certain point, and it might not be good for you. But I feel like when people do have my blood, I end up having more of a connection to them, mentally, for some reason. which is weird. So obviously something's in my blood that's doing that, you know? Because back in 2017, I was having like certain people, I think, got donated my blood, and I started getting some of their feelings and emotions too. And I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. It's possible-ish. Like, I don't even know how I'm able to talk to people, outside of this. Like, and I'm somehow able to feel what you're thinking. How does that work? you know? Seriously, how does any of that work? Does anybody know? Like, because clearly it's happened often enough and enough times that it defies the current statistical probability of it just being a coincidence. So what's the causation? Anywho, what do I want to do today? I'd love to go out with someone today and just go fucking wander around and look at shops and go see a movie and then talk about bullshit about the day and stuff like that. I'm a very simple man. I don't need fancy race cars. I don't need, for me, just spending time and enjoying the other person's company is, great, But I have to, be able to have that person and enjoy that person's company. So. I'm still pissed off about not waking up and going to the DS building. I think that's going to stick with me all day. Yeah, learn to let it go. Because I'm doing it on Monday and I fucking scheduled it and it's going to fucking happen on Monday. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. It's happening on Monday. I'm going to wake up at fucking 5. I don't care. Get there at 6:30 a.m. The doors aren't even open. There's a fucking line. Go do that. Why not just do the phone? I hate the phone interview because if the other person might not see the right information, might not have this, might not have that, or whatever it is, and then you kind of need to be able to do that. You need to be able to give them that information or be able to talk to them, body language, voice tone, stuff like that. I just prefer an in-person interview to over the phone, personally. I'm willing to drive to do that. So that's my spiel. I feel like I have a better chance. On the phone, something's not going right. We get angry, stuff gets said. They just sir or ma'am, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking do this. Click, or something like that. Which, by the way, you don't be an asshole to these people. These people are there to help, and they're getting paid basically nothing to do a lot of a job. Okay, it's not you have people that hate you the entire time. It's just not a pleasant work experience. So don't be mean. I don't get why people have that entitled, I get to act like a dick or just complete bitch to this individual, or just because they're doing their job, yeah, that really gets me going. You'd be surprised at how many. It doesn't even seem to matter class. You could be rich, you could be poor, somewhere in between, although there's not much in between. And Yeah, you still just destroy it, basically. Yeah, they'll just have this sense of entitlement, sense of, uh, you know, just complete assholery about them. Like, I'm gonna do this fucking stupid thing. I'm gonna do that fucking stupid thing. I'm gonna get away. Like, I saw that on Reddit. There was this post for these kids that decided to put all their change for the tip spread throughout the dishes and inside the cup. Like, what the fuck, asshole? Seriously, do you not realize like how little they're paid? And I saw other posts like, "Oh, we should work off of a tip system and all this." Like, no. Okay, every retail service job should have a paying minimum wage. Okay, or a living minimum wage, not a paying, a living minimum wage, meaning for your state. That's right. It's going to go down to metrics of where you live and what state you're in. So what state you're in and where you live in that state, and what you get paid for that bare minimum to be livable. And livable means $30,000, okay, or whatever the living wage is for that area. Yeah, that would severely destroy certain things, but I guarantee you more people would be happier, and businesses like the corporations that are very large would all of a sudden have to start paying stuff. It was like, what about the small businesses? If you've calculated that into your model ahead of time, really it's not a big deal. What it really means is you've slowed growth down, but growth is still there. It's more stable. It's just a different form. Like, you should never be constantly trying to bigger and create more and more. All right, that's a shitty model. You're always beholden to investors. You're always having to grow bigger to be able to get more. You can't do that just in this day and age. You have to have sustainability. You have to have profitability. You have to have long-term success. That is not a long-term success. That is a short-term success play that, while has been successful for the likes of Amazon, doesn't mean that there haven't been multiple instances in where they've basically bubbled to the point where if certain investors hadn't taken out and bought out that bubble, it would have collapsed under its own damn weight, and we really would have had another fucking Goldman Sachs situation. You have to have, like, but Amazon's unique in that they are getting revenue in, and they have started to turn a profit, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember, so don't quote me on that. And so yeah, and it's different because they have many different companies, in like tech sector, selling you whatever the hell you want, servers, stuff like that, and that makes them money on the side. So they're able to expand and do stuff like that. But it doesn't mean that, that, for the news people, like, I saw a lot of them. I thought that was good. Yeah, it sucks people are getting laid off, but you need sustainability, you need profitability, you need to be able to make stability happen. If you are not stable, your company will go under. It is only just a matter of time. Until the money runs out, until this happens, or whatever it is, you will get taken down eventually over time. That's just how that goes. So calculating growth potential, what's needed, investing, stuff like that gets tricky. That's where you need like analytics, and to get involved within market sectors and what the average income being bought and sold is for the individual in that particular group of or class of or area, or this particular group of click or niche users or consumers like this particular product, but they have X amount of money on average to spend. So how do you get this product? Like it's all that sort of in-depth thing that you kind of need to sort of help sustain certain growth in certain sectors, because you might be doing really well, but then stuff goes down in terms of like its demand, and so the niche changes, and so that thing that you were selling so well of no longer sells as much, and so you have to flip and pivot to be able to still sell the new thing while hopefully, so it becomes tricky. It becomes real tricky. And that's why it's never a good idea to have all your eggs in one thing. Like, yeah, sure, in the beginning, just buy and sell the one thing. But then you have to diversify, just a bit. Sell different products. Make sure your brand stays good. Never cheap out on your brand. Your brand is your life, okay? If it starts doing bad, word of mouth goes around, and it's hard, and I mean hard, to come back from that. The only reason why these large companies do is because they're so large that if they can't get fucked with, basically, it doesn't matter how consumers perceive them, they'll still buy the product because they think that's their only option, or they might not even know about it, And so, yeah, if you're starting out, it's never a good idea to cheap out on what you're doing. If you have the test, if you have this, if you have that, whatever it is, trying bigger and better and safer, basically. It adds costs, but you can recuperate cost, and stuff like that, Why? Because I'm looking at somebody. They're like just getting all fired up right now. Apparently my whole business model talk is really sexy to them, which I'm like, okay. It's not that. It's just that I sound really confident and smart. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah. So, to all those kids out there that want to try and, work for themselves and do something like that, you got to find your niche. And I mean that. So look at your hobbies. What niche in your hobby needs to get filled? Do you have a 3D printer that can be printing out like this niche? There are people that are on headphone forums on Reddit that sell basically 3D printed things for headphones, and they make a good money off of it too. It's it's a good side gig basically. And it's not like it's a niche, but what it does is it allows you sustainability or extra income for very little investment. And then with the extra income, if you save that up, then you can look into other niches and be able to, and then basically build up as a company there. And if you get your brand out, it becomes the de facto brand. Then you can start advertising, try and pull in more people into the headphone space, and like, oh, wow, I never even thought that might be a thing. Does it really change the sound that much? I kind of want to try it. Oh, what are headphones? Oh my goodness, these headphones seem to be really much better than this gaming headset crap that I have. Stuff like that, Yeah, that's just one example. Like, there's lots of different things that are like that, Hot sauce is one of those markets where there's a very high competition for and craft beers, very high competition for these very well made but homebrewed things. But the thing is that they traditionally, I find, want to try and sell them locally. And I think that truthfully, it would be better to try and sell on some sort of a, like that. If that's something I would probably make, make my own website for, niche products, headphones, hot sauces, craft beers, other things that are, more homemade, more excellent, and you can ship and sell, and then of course you take a certain profit off of it, like 10%, 15%, maybe less, maybe 5%. It really depends on how well it's doing. And that way you can keep, if it's like on Squarespace, then you're able to recuperate and scale without having to be bogged down. But eventually you do want to make your own website and servers, so that way you're not beholden to paying a fee and having to ramp up that fee in case of a explosion of activity or a sudden increase in the in activity of the individuals, or just there's too many users on the site. Which, that used to be a problem for a lot of servers, where they would get a huge influx of users. Great. All of a sudden, their site's being used much more. It's got popularity and traffic that it never had before. Downside. Now you have to pay the over usually tens of thousands of dollars all of a sudden on the internet to run it. So there's something to be said about sustainability in creating websites or stuff like that. To offset, that cost, because internet ain't free, which it should be, but it isn't. So yeah, that's one of those things where you can grow more quickly, being able to do something like that and utilize more tactics, so to speak. I'm not I know how to run an empire, motherfucker. I've never have, so I don't really want to say that. I did, I have the confidence in me to say, man, I might fuck up a few times, but I have the confidence in me saying, I get the right people, I get the right information, I could fucking do it easily. I don't have this want for unsustainability. I don't want biggering and biggering and biggering at the cost of other things. I'm more of the slow, methodical, constant, never-ending, and all-encompassing taking over. You're not going to stop it. It's going to slowly grow over you until eventually you don't get anything anymore. It's only my stuff. That's creepy. Well, it is a business. We are trying to, make a whole thing happen here and donate extra profits and be able to budget and grow and all this sort of thing. It's not just all for fun once you get to a certain point. The person that's at the top that's doing this usually doesn't get to have fun with the company. Okay, the company is just numbers at that point. And that's not great. So when you're first starting out, you have to make sure to, as you're growing, you keep in mind that those numbers mean something. They're attached to something. And that you're doing something with them, and you're not just getting excited for getting a bigger number, you're getting excited for what that number means. It means less financial stress. It means more of an ability to grow the business, or invest in certain parts of the business to make it run more efficiently, be able to donate towards certain charities and functions and stuff, or whatever the case is. Do that, basically. So that way, I feel like I'm helping the world and not just, taking from it, but I'm making the world better, not just through my company, but through everything, that my company does with the profits. All right. I need to pee again. I'm gonna sort by new. I don't have my appointment until 2, so I'm gonna maybe look at some porn. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. 5:35 p.m. I'm awaiting some things. Uh, what? Nothing. Just I keep having ruminating thoughts about the engine design and how I could try and incorporate it into like a motorcycle. I mean, it's only 1 liter, and just because I'm at 350 horsepower doesn't mean I can't get more. You know? Hmm. How much do they think I get? But see, there's a limit. There's a limit to how much energy you can get out of the system. Okay, so this is the fundamental limit of engine design through combustion. Um, there's a set amount of energy that is stored within the fuel that you are using. So, perfect stoichiometry, meaning perfect air-fuel ratio, mixture, perfect spark, perfect everything, is still going to only be like up to 40%, I think, effective out of extracting energy out of that system. Um, if I remember correctly, seeing something about it. So that what that ultimately means is what it means that like there's a fundamental limit to the size and the because ultimately the higher the RPM in this case the more you can get out of the system, but you're still getting only whatever percentage per combustion. Usually it's around like 15% of the energy that you spent, you're capturing. Sometimes it's less than that. So, to make up for that, it's basically what you end up doing is creating like a higher RPM to be able to fit more combustion cycles, meaning more of that 15% energy in a shorter time frame, thus increasing overall energy output. Um, so, yes, a little difficult on that end. A little difficult on that end. Yeah, I think an electrical engine might just straight up destroy a gas powered engine because of how it would be able to slowly ramp up to maximum speed. Hmm. Also, love, I was wondering how your day was going. Seriously, what's up? Everybody else seems to be having their own day as well. I need to come up with some plans for the war room, so to speak. Why? Well, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to everybody. I don't really know what to do. I need to start taking into account other things instead of just thinking about what's going on in my life, and what I can do. It's like clearly these people want to try and change things, so they need to figure out how, like, creative ways of doing that fit within the confines, or maybe slightly outside the box, but still are within possibilities. So I don't know. I've been having trouble um, with it, truthfully. Yeah, yeah, it's just like I don't really know. I saw that masterclass thing. Think I could do it? Yeah, I probably could if I had the money. I always, I did see the advertisement for going to that's what ultimately made me start thinking about like the 1 liter engine could be used for the motorcycle thing. So I saw that. I'm like, that's just a trade school. I could get involved. There are quite a few different people that I know you've been pushing it for a while now, and I think it could be good. Yeah. Plus, I happen to like motorcycles, and I kind of want to get my own and ride one because it's fucking awesome. Costs less to maintain. I figure out how to do that. It costs less to um, fuel. The problem I have with motorcycles, though, is that they're not terribly good for the environment. Even though they are more efficient, the exhaust that comes out of them is really not that good. Mythbusters ended up doing a whole thing on it, and they were like, well, how efficient could you make it? Literally created a ribbed bubble thing, and they drove the motorcycle down, and the results were, yeah, even if you can reduce as much drag as possible and such, it's just those compounds kind of need to be taken care of. So I'm thinking about the rotor design a lot lately instead of the Clover Winkle design. The Clover or Winkle design just doesn't work quite as well for like density as the rotor does for my purposes. Like, because I want it to be easy to take apart, manufacture, simple, easy. We already have pistons and rods. We know how to work with that. We already have intake, outtake, different caps. All this stuff is easy and ready to basically be kind of shoehorned into this form that I have in my head. But it's troublesome because the intake, outtake, gaseous whole thing, like, that has to be taken care of somehow. Each one of those things has to be able to exhaust. Each one of those things has to, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of troublesome. Like, I'm trying to picture how to make it in such a way that they all get proper air fuel mixtures, they all get, things, because the design is there, it's just, like, I'm teasing it out in my head now. Like, how do I get air properly? How do I get exhaust going into, like, a catalytic converter on the way out, to try and reduce overall emissions? How do I increase, this? What kind of tolerance are we needing for that? Like, if we were to go the mushroom design for the piston head, would it be better to have the the piston head have like a coating of a electrical thing, so that way once it gets to that upwards cycle, then it just immediately creates its combustion? What type of I think that honestly you don't need to think about that first. The first fucking thing you need to figure out, if you want to design like a 5-stage rotor connected engine, it needs, and I do mean this wholeheartedly, it needs to somehow get air and get rid of exhaust in a manner that is to a tailpipe. It cannot be exploding everywhere. Like the proof of concept, sure. All right, we just need fuel air mixture. We just need that stuff to work to get the basic proof of concept. And then we need to figure out, okay, so is it going to be a bunch of little tiny individual machined exhaust ports that kind of wind around and make it give a cool design, or try and cool off by using the exhaust gas? Like, what do you do? Thinking about it a lot. And I think I could get a lot more horsepower out of than just 350. Like a lot more. Like if I were to go up to 7 and reduce circumference. Nah. Keep circumference. Reduce piston head size. Increase number of rotors. Change fuel to air ratio. Maybe 450. Maybe. The possibility, I think, is there for 450 out of a 100 out of a 1 liter engine. 450 horsepower is what I'm thinking might be possible with that design if I could get it right. Like the Cloverwinkle's just like, I love the idea, and for sheer brute force it's probably better because of the RPM range it has, so the possibility of increasing horsepower is there even more, but the complexity involved in getting the engine to be able to get that horsepower and torque figure is just not fun to think about. It's just too complex. It's just, I don't like it. The whole, KISS adage, which is keep it simple, stupid, Try and keep it this is already an incredibly complex design, but technically it's also not. It's a very simple rotor design, but it has to be crankshafted appropriately, and then it has to have the possibility of, somehow there could be like a exhaust like a circle, a ring that it all burps out into, and then a ring for yes. Ooh, that just got good. And then it could be at different stages, towards the bottom or at the top. If you have 7 different exhausts that go into one singular, you have to make sure it gets timed appropriately so that way all the gases exhaust appropriately. Cooling it probably wouldn't be too hard, honestly. The problem is that it has so much heat energy buildup within a dense package. It's not that you couldn't design the proper oil and radiator setup to make it work, but I just get the general feeling that it wouldn't be the best. It wouldn't be easy to just try and shoehorn it in. It might be better due to the if you were to try and use the different sparking system, that might not be conducive, and instead, well, then you can always just use oil. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it is just basically a one cycle. That's the thing. It gets the air. It then gets compressed and immediately explodes. It's basically a one cycle piston, but of course it's not exactly like that. It's technically 2 cycles. It moves away and then it comes back, compresses, explodes, moves away, sucks in air. So it's basically 2 cycles. It's just doing it in a circle. Yeah. I think it could be done. I don't think it could be done with a spark system that we currently have, because instead of one rotor, we're talking about multiples, and you would need a plug-in wire for every single damn combustion chamber. And then you might want multiple just to make sure that it definitely. So the wiring involved in the electronic fuel injection that you're probably going to want, like all of it just adds so much complexity to a very tiny dense package that we need to change the sparking system for this engine to work. It just would be a pain in the ass to, and it would need to be in separated segments that increases length and therefore less power density. So you could get 7 out of like the sparking that I'm thinking of, but you might only get like 2 if you want to go with like just the regular standard one. At best, you might get 2 at best. Just the amount of wiring and plumbing involved in that, I can't imagine it. Like, I'm thinking of making it more of a like integrated fuel injection, almost like, instead of having wires and stuff go to it, like design it to where the engine itself happens to have whatever covering, and then it plumbs into that, and then it evenly distributes in like some sort of a ring system that is then done with like fuel injectors during the moment, all controlled of course by, you guessed it, a electronic device. Where are you going with this? Well, proof of concept is proof of concept. So if you can only get 2 and you need the regular sparks and all that, then that's that. But the whole goal is to make it so it would be as dense and as fuel, basically make it as efficiently dense as possible. It's like, if you want to get 450 horsepower plus out of this, then you really need to compactify it. Like, if it's a bigger, like, that's the thing, like, we're working at a 1 liter standard. If you were to bump up the liters, then it actually probably wouldn't be that difficult to have multiple rotors. It would still suck to have like the injections and all this be a thing. I don't know. It's adding complexity, like having to take the damn thing apart, maintenance, stuff like that. What are we thinking about here? Is it material design, or is there a design issue with like the added, stress from each combustion cycle, and then what kind of harmonic balancing would we need to do? What offset timing, do we do opposites for like, say the first rotor is 12 o'clock combustion, and then the second rotor is 6 o'clock combustion, and does that help? Like, yeah, my head's been kind of focused on that, truthfully, along with 710. But I actually haven't really been focusing on too much. My head, like, I went and got myself some groceries, had some fun doing that, listened to the radio on my phone instead of Spotify or anything else. Why? Because I just got the impression that she was still trying to contact me, and I basically said, "You got a week. I'll, listen to you then. Let's see what happens." I think she's like, "Oh, I'm used to being alone and all that." I'm like, okay. Anyways, yeah. I don't know, I get the feeling that I'm looking down on someone who's looking up at me. We're both smiling at each other. Just this close. Yeah, that special distance. Close contact. You can see their eyes, you can see everything. How do you know how to do that? It's like, well, it's just like the picture I got in my mind. Someone's looking up, and I'm looking down, and we're having a grand old time. So, so how about your friends? Like, they're basically my friends. Are they? I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I don't know anything, but yeah, how are you guys doing? Seriously, what the fuck is up? Bros and brosificinos? Is there something going on that you need to talk about? Try to, not... Like, can't give help to everybody. Try to not make me be like, okay, or try to ask me for advice for certain things. It gets kind of tough. It really does. Because I don't really know what to say sometimes, and I feel like that's, yeah. You're like, you always have the answer. You just have to think about it and come back. And it's like, oh, it's not an answer. It's a suggestion. There's no answers in my head. If I had the answers, Well, see, that's the thing. You could have the answer to the whole universe, right? But it doesn't mean you control it. It doesn't mean you're able to affect it. You have to work towards being able to utilize it. Just really want some psychedelics. Why? Why the hell do you think, man? I want to go back into that place. I want to get back into my frequency with the universe again so I can start hearing people more and more around me. I can finally start picking up on body language signals. I can feel love again. I can feel acceptance again. Try and take a look more critically at myself versus, not having my ego there anymore. Like, we like your ego. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you do, but it gets in my damn way. Okay? It gets in my way. My ego gets in my way I'm pretty sure the damn invisible hand being like, no, 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 no. You don't get to do that. Which is just frustrating. It really is. It's, detrimental for sure. How so? That was a part of me. It was like a part of me got ripped out. Like a part of my very core identity got taken away. And it sucked a lot. Like, it ripped a large part of my psyche apart. It was something that I really enjoyed being able to do. This thing that I was working on slowly and building and getting stronger with, and someone came around and just said, "Fuck you." Yeah. Yeah, so, yes, I would love for my psychedelics to be coming. I have no idea if they are or aren't. And that's just about it, really, honestly. There's so many things that it could potentially help with, It's like, it's saddening to me that I don't have that, so I have to wait until I can get, hopefully, my allowance next week. Start purchasing, I have a good amount of coffee grounds, and I'm still, used coffee grounds, and of course I'll get some just fresh ones as well from the Starbucks thing. So I kind of want to try to do that with my mushrooms. Like, try my first grow, use some of the used coffee grounds. I've got bags of popcorn, but I'm also thinking of like corn, vermiculite, and other substrate stuff, and how am I going to inoculate appropriately without contamination as best as possible, so on and so on. Like how far can I, and like I've been away from cannabis for so long now that I'm just like, I kind of miss it. I do, like the silliness of it, the ability to bring levity to a situation, the ability to sort of just relax is great. It really is. Cannabis also is well, doesn't matter, but yeah. But I'm realizing that this is of course something that's good for me, and so it will be a whole month of basically setting it all up. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be as simple as I order this, a few things, I do a couple of things, and then voila, I have mushrooms in 2 weeks or something. No. It's going to be a slow process. I want to get those. I can get mason jars over at Goodwill, truthfully. But I don't really want to do the mason jar thing because of side pins. I kind of want the straight jars. And there are actually quite a few that I saw in a couple of Goodwills. But I don't have a pressure cooker. I do have so I have to look that up. But there is like the whole other way of like doing it over the course of like 3 days or a week or whatever, of constant heating and cooling and washing. So that can also work too. You really don't want to have contamination. Like, if you basically that's your biggest hurdle. Your first hurdle is contamination. Do everything you can. That's why they kind of focus so heavily on reducing that possibility, and even going so far as like having one of those basically sealed chambers with like the rubber gloves to inoculate and then cover. And it's not just because they're being a little anal. It's because the contamination really sucks. You can spend 2 weeks having this whole thing colonize, fruit, and be completely wasted, all up in smoke, and like right then and there. So after 2 weeks of waiting and having all that happen, nope, it's gone. You gotta start afresh. Yeah. And so that's a huge blow. So that's one of the reasons why they like a lot of the tech stuff kind of it kind of like ends up being a lot in the initial stages about just getting rid of contamination, cleaning everything and sterilizing it as much as possible. And then, once you have your mushrooms, it's pretty easy to just recolonize. Of course, then you have to have the money to, like, refruit. So, you have to have, like, the stuff there to redo it. So whatever you first, like, I know this seems weird, but, like, it's kind of a good idea to go big or go home. Like, figure out the maximum number you can do. Probably, I think 5 in one of those quarts, one of those giant tubs. So I was focusing on the guy with the Ziploc and or not the there are Ziploc jars apparently. I followed his. I like his particular technique. Because then you just pop them out, onto the into the monotub, the monotub, and that allows for you to grow from there, or just grow straight from the jar and then re-dip it again, let it soak and get moisture, and then let it grow again, and then basically you're done. I would probably want to try and figure out how to do syringes. Like, like, because then I could store it for longer until I can be able to afford to do the whole thing over again. You're still operating off the idea that you only get your allowance. You still don't want to look at the whole, like, selling your shit. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm just terrible at that stuff. I really am. Like, it's something I need to work on, for sure. And I just don't feel very pressed to do it. It's not like the most crazy, stressful thing to me. So, if I were to say anything, I'd be like, we'll see how far I can get with just what they give me and what I can buy, and then that's when I will, because the need is there. More than likely, unless the need is there, I just don't feel pressured to do it. In a lot of cases. But yeah, we'll try and stretch everything out. It's it seems like a lot of coffee grounds. It's not that much coffee grounds. It's really not. Especially when you're talking about like a 60 whatever, like one of those tubs. What about the whole setting it up and automatically, actually there's a market for that. That's a good market right there. That's a niche market. Straight up. $50 or whatever, is a basic, kit of, a PCB that has the memory chip and all that installed to basically, if you connect it to this brand or whatever, like basically it all comes together in one package with the humidity sensor, the air, the fan, the airflow, like the whole thing, the whole shebang. You set it up even with the tub. It comes with its own tub, and with the holes pre-cut out. Nah. Yeah. Yeah, you know what, you're right. I don't like the tub. The tub's too much. It makes it way more complicated to ship. When in reality, the rest of the other stuff are much smaller. So, you could theoretically just use, basically be like, just cut a hole into this or whatever and do it that way. Or, standard like jar, which is that's the basic one that I wanted to try because I wanted to make it so, at the very least I'd have one thing that works, it's very simple. I don't have to worry about having to constantly futz around with it as much. But then that might not be the case. Yeah. Anyways. I want to get off that topic. It annoys me. Why? Are you kidding me? It's like complicated. It'd be my first time. It's almost like, yeah. It's almost like, yeah. What you said in your head. I'm a person that likes simplistic things. Like easy, simplistic, simple. Which is just simplistic. So yeah. But you know what I mean. Like, I like to do all the work to make it so that way it's as easy and as convenient as possible. Does that make sense? Like, so that's a great niche market, and there's probably a lot of people that cannot program and cannot do this and do that, and are obviously wanting to try and grow and do their own thing, but they have to go to school, they have to go to work, or both, and so they need to have the peace of mind of this thing not needing to be looked after quite the same way. You can help them on that end. You can't help them with the inoculation, contamination, and all of that. That has to be, really looked after by them. Although technically it is possible that you could sell ready to fruit soil, which is what they kind of do, but it's not really good from what I understand. Yeah, sometimes it just pays to do your own thing. I know it seems less convenient, but unless there's an actual market for it, I guess. Yeah, perfect mushroom growing for this specific. Well, then how would you claim that? Would it be through studies? Would it be how would you claim that? How would you know that this particular type of soil substrate, whatever it is the ipso facto best for this or these types of species of mushrooms? I mean, certainly there are certain things to be said about certain mushrooms will only grow on wood, certain mushrooms will only do this, but we're talking about psychedelic mushrooms here, and so how would you go about figuring out what would be the best? There's so many different variations, and they all end up having differentiations in regards to that as well. Plus, I don't think that tub is right, especially if I'm going to be trying to just do the regular jar method, where it fruits from the jar. Yeah. I don't want to think about that anymore. What do I want to do? I don't know. Just want something next to me again. I keep getting that presence of whoever, and I'm like, damn, how come you not next to me right now? Ugh. I can feel you're just wanting to be next to me, straight up. And it just makes me want to be next to you. You ever notice that? When you have another person on the other end that just, you can both kind of go in sync as to what you want from each other? That lovey-dovey super stuff. I have to admit, it's a strong drug. It's something that I have no experience with, so it's incredibly powerful for me. Once I get it, I don't want to stop having it, Yeah. Why? Because, remember what I was saying last night about these individuals that are just low, these particular type of neurochemicals? It'd be kind of the same for me as an individual that's mostly only getting oxytocin from masturbation, and small dips in dopamine and stuff like that, to have that rush of your brain rush from just seeing the person that you like. Oof. Just, oof. I imagine I would set off like a rocket. I might get a little too intense. Oof. I have to make sure not to do that. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely gonna need to make sure not to go too far off the deep end with anything. What else? Well, they're gone for today, right? Yeah. What about that? Well, not today or not tonight. They'll be back there. I'm going to Home Depot. No, I had a snack. That's fine. You know, I had some jalapeno Philadelphia cream cheese, which, by the way, Philadelphia cream cheese is, to me, the best cream cheese. There might be other ones that are really good too, but I like them. Like, I just trust that brand. Straight up. But anyways, it tasted actually really good. Had just the right amount of spice. Ate some pretzels, ate some cashews and walnuts, and yeah, feeling pretty good. Small little snack. Yeah. Yeah. Someone's saying something quite nice. Yeah. And some naughty things too. So I'm not gonna get into that. I don't know who that is. But yeah, there's probably already gonna be a few from overseas that have managed to be done edging. Uh, Granted, I don't think anybody's actually gonna post anything, truthfully. Why? Well, you know, that involves the person actually doing what I tell them to. And good luck with that shit. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, what's up? Oh, just stupid things. Yeah. What stupid things? I would like to be able to um you gonna say anything there? Just you I don't know. I had something, it went away. I don't know. Do you think anything will happen? I hope so. I want at least one. But I doubt that I'll have anything like that. You know what I mean? Who do I like? You need to not ask me that. I know that everybody wants me to say that, but I don't. I mean, I kind of did it already. I love the feeling of love coming off of someone, but I don't know who that is, and I've named them Love. So, yes. Constant validation, I cannot do that over time. It will be difficult over time. So you gotta figure out how to find self-validation beyond just me. I'm fine doing it now, but it does start to wear over time. Let's see here. I'm just going through everything on Reddit. I don't really have anything to talk about. I suppose I should just stop this right here because honestly there's not much going on in my head, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'll just do that. Feeling like I just wanna have some elation. Don't want to fuck it up, just wanna have some fun. Be kind to yourself and to others. We don't know the story, we don't know the purpose. Keep trying every day, because life it finds a way. Don't let yourself get discouraged when you don't find love in the right places. Because you see, that's just one place you get to stop looking. Don't worry, there's more fish in that sea. Hey, yeah. Don't worry, baby. It's all coming. It's all coming. Hey, don't you know that sun comes rising once more on another day? It's gonna be okay. You got the chance to make amends. You got the chance to do it over again. Your age be damned, I swear. People, you're all okay. It's gonna be fine if we just come together for a little while. It's gonna be okay if we can just perceive for a second or two what the other person's doing and why might they be trying. Oh, it's coming. It comes up again to show you the light. So it comes up again to give you that hope of a better day. Just keep going, baby. Don't let yourself fall back. And even if you do, it's just another part of the plan. Keep on trying, keep on going. It's all gonna come one day. One day you will find that special love. And it will grow and blossom so beautifully. Oh, it will be just what you're looking for. As the time winds down, so too does the damage done. All the time getting slightly better every day. And then one time you wake up and you say, oh damn, what a wonderful day. Oh damn, I could take this every time like nobody's business. Oh, those dark, cloudy days seem so small now that you got him. Now that you've got yourself too. It's not all just about them. Oh, don't let yourself lose hope, no. For another day and another sunrise is coming again. 7:12. All right. Let's see how this goes. What do you think? Honestly, I think an amateur or something else like that thread should be opened up in 4chan, but that's just me, you know? Record this. Everybody knows what's going on, and everybody. So, 1, 2, 3, sync. Or no, I didn't do that right. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how to do that, honestly speaking. But she's really, really trying hard to contact me now. I can't really listen to music on the vast majority of my stuff. So, yeah. Kind of annoying. Let's see here. So, War Room, where we create strategies to be able to appeal to the masses. I don't know, man. There really isn't that much that I have in my mind currently that can be done because I'm not really focusing on politics. Politics is taking a back seat because, quite frankly, it is what it's going to be for the next year or two. It's not much really there, but, big buts. We can influence people while we're getting ready for elections, just like the Russians did. I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter. I very much like him. Alexandria something Cortez. Ortiz Cortez? I'm sorry, I'm just terrible at the name. Like, I always forget what the middle name, the second last name is. It's totally my fault. It's completely my fault. Yeah. But those are the only two candidates that I really think. I think Elizabeth Warren would be a good candidate too, but I don't think you'd get as many people to vote for her. It's like kind of the reality of it. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that. Like Nancy, I don't know if she'd want to run. She could put her name in there. I don't really know what her numbers would be, truthfully. The fact is that right now it's kind of if you want to get an upswelling movement for the people, you need. I saw it on Reddit too, but we don't need a somewhat conservative person. We need the antithesis of Donald Trump. Because if he runs again, the motherfucker is going to... that core audience is something else. It really is. It's something else. Like, you have to... Like, they won't even admit. Like, some of them... Luckily, even on the Donald, they were like, what the fuck? That wasn't a win. Luckily. But, apparently... the guy still has pull. He still has those diehard supporters. I wonder how you could wiggle into that. Is there a way you could infiltrate the area and then spread like little, hey, how do you think about this? Have you thought about it this way? I'm not gonna. And then you come back again, until eventually, think about it. Here's the thing, though. Most people on that camp can't be told something. Which is kind of bad. It's not the best. I hope you guys are doing well. I am. How was your days? What's going on? Stuff like that. I have a giant headache today. Just massive. And I don't really know what to do about it because it doesn't seem to matter what I do. Like, I get, for instance, I finished, right? And typically, if you masturbate, have an orgasm, or have sex, have an orgasm, it actually reduces the severity of migraines and headaches. And mine just sort of didn't change. So I'm kind of bummed about that. Having some bad headaches lately. It might be the pine gum tree bark powder, though. It might have to stabilize. I'm just in a larger dosage situation right now, but eventually, as it builds up into my system and I get used to it, hopefully those side effects go down a little bit. Yeah. Oh, what about horny goat weed? I've never tried it. I looked up some research about it, and apparently it's an estrogenic or something like that. Like it eventually breaks down into estrogen and causes more estrogen to be in your blood. However, it might actually increase temporarily libido, either through the estrogen or like a sharp increase in the testosterone that your body tries to compensate. But I wouldn't fuck around with it. Anything that fucks around with your hormones is usually not the best thing to be playing with. Why? Because unless you have a legitimate medical issue, it will cause problems for you in the long run. Your body, for instance, bodybuilders, you're not really supposed to have ridiculous amounts of testosterone and anabolic steroids in general in your body. Of course, there are going to be side effects. What you're doing is abusing to get more performance. That's all you're doing. If you use it properly, if you do low doses, you keep a consistent amount, you don't overdo it, then technically speaking, you could have the testosterone of a person in their prime, but that's the maximum that you would want to do. You wouldn't want to go beyond that, and really, realistically, that's just not right. Although, here's something to be said. Testosterone helps men mentally, straight up, gives them a greater, reduces depression, gives them better overall drive and motivation. So honestly speaking, testosterone for men over a certain age is, I would think, required. It would just give them quality of life. You know, they have energy back. They have things back that they just didn't have before, as a result. So, anyways. Well, I came up with enough plans. I don't have plans going on right now outside of shit that I need to do. So the plan is that once I start buying stuff for the mushrooms, I'll see how far I can get with what I have, and then that's when I decide to start selling stuff. You know? I want to try to have everything ready and get as far as I can with the money I have, and then that'll probably give me the need to want to, the need and drive to want to take pictures and sell my shit, basically. Because currently, it's just like sitting there doing nothing, you know. Let's see here. What am I thinking about? I am thinking about not much, really. Just the person, and I get this warm feeling from, warm, love, glowy feeling. Basically, I was saying, I'm looking down, but it's not as if I'm like up high looking down on this person. No. It is if I am standing next to them and we are together looking into each other's eyes. You know, that's kind of what it feels like. I am no amazing person as far as I'm concerned. Just a man who just wants a little love. I mean love, not sex, not lust, but love. This is something okay, so there are every authority figure that has ever existed, even Martin Luther King Jr. I believe there was rumors that he was quite the prolific person when it came down to sex. The dude had an appetite for it. But I could be wrong about that. I might be misremembering that. Nope. They're home. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright. If it gets synced. I don't know if you guys even ever notice it. Personally. What are you taking? High-gum true bark powder, lion's mane mushroom, sunflower lectin, clonidine. Yeah. Clonidine's the night medication. It's the only medication I take, too. Everything else is supplements. Basically. Why? Well, despite what a lot of people think, we have pretty good blood pressure medication. It doesn't have a lot of side effects or long-term problems. However, that isn't the case for most other fucking medications. You know, they're shit in terms of their efficacy long-term and side effects long-term. I'm not much of a scientist, though, you know. And the whole, like, field of chemical reactions and stuff like that, it's all difficult. Like, you can synthesize something, but then you have to be able to put it through, and then go through trials, and, like, it just is slow, tedious, expensive crap. Like, if you were the first person to get enough, like a good enough quantum computer, you'd be able to really, like I've said it before, but it really does beg the question why we don't pour more resources into that. Because it can help so many different applications that currently we just aren't able to do. And speed up the process. We no longer need a giant multiple supercomputer combined with all the like floating point calculations from other computers joining in, like folding at home or stuff like that. What's up, Furby? You want some scratchies? Yeah. You come up here. I'll move the bed. I'll move the blanket if you want to. Okay, what was I thinking about? I was thinking about, there was a post on Reddit that I had in my mind I wanted to talk about, and then now I've forgotten it, so I'm kind of annoyed by it. The fact that I've forgotten it. Oh, how do you get over stuff that you didn't do? Because obviously there are things that you plan to do and then ultimately you don't do. And for people like me and maybe others, you get really upset by any one thing you didn't do that day. And so, they were asking, like, how do you get around that? And the best answer is letting it go and accepting that you didn't do that thing, planning for it, setting up the plans for when you can do it. That way, in the future, you already have it like scheduled in on, like I have it put on my calendar that I'm going to wake up at X time and do whatever, right? That way, like I know ahead of time to sleep early and such stuff, so it works out. Basically, making plans for the future to do that thing again, to basically reschedule for another time. That way it doesn't feel like you failed, you're just rescheduling it. However, people can get into the habit of being like, oh, well, I'll just constantly reschedule this. You know, like I'll never get to it, basically. And that's avoidance. That's not actually, that's not actually making the progress in that. So, like, you're doing it the second time if you don't get it done the first time. That's kind of like the most amount of times I think a person should reschedule something is 3. Beyond 3, then it's better to just wait and then have it come back up later. Unless it's extremely important and circumstances and whatever the case is, there are definitely exceptions to that rule. Oh, Furby. Yeah. You like your little butt scratched. You like your little butt scratched. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So am I thinking about? What am I wondering about in this head of mine? I can see all the space and time around me, ever changing so slowly, expanding at a rate oh so unconscionable, as if you would never get to the end of the universe. Because that's true. Yeah, there was a Reddit post about like, hey, explain like I'm 5, what would happen if you get to the edge of the universe? And I'm like, unless you can teleport, you won't ever get to the edge of the universe. Which means you have to, basically what I'm trying to say is you have to be able to travel faster than the speed of light to be able to reach. And the fact is that the expanding rate of the universe is actually accelerating, and therefore it doesn't matter. You have to go even more than just faster than the speed of light. So it just would never happen. You will never reach the end of the universe. You can travel in one direction for infinitum, and you will never reach the end. You more than likely will hit something along the way. Even if space is empty, you add the infinitum to it. It's like, well, yeah, after X so many years, like that part, the middle part of the universe is now all dead and expanded, but the outside part of the universe that's still expanding and creating stuff probably would still have life in it, maybe. I mean, that's the thing. If it's so ginormously fast, we have no idea if there was another Big Bang somewhere else that's just expanding towards us, or, we don't really know, truthfully. We really don't. No, you don't get to eat my earbuds, you little troublemaker. Come over here. Don't get over into my earbuds. That's what I thought. Come on. She's like, well, I don't want to be over here. Today was really nice. Some people made some really nice posts that kind of helped me out and made me feel better about today. And in general, there were some nice things that happened. But I never seem to focus on the nice stuff in the day. I suppose I should try and do that. I haven't been very mindful recently. Like the last few days, I haven't really been thinking about being in the moment. I've been constantly ruminating about this and you and what we can do, and, like this style of engine. And no, you're gonna stay here now. This style of engine and this business plan, and apparently they want me to come up with like health insurance, but that's kind of difficult to show up. Where are you going? It's like, that's kind of mean. It's like, the cat's trying to get into stuff. And she didn't really not like it. It's just one of those things where she's doing her own spiel. What about the other one? The one that's there. Look. Yeah. She continues to keep trying to contact me. I don't know really what to say on it. Like I said, you're going to get a week. That was, on Thursday? So you got until next Thursday before I attempt to reach back out in that regard. It doesn't seem to matter. Still wants to try and talk to me before that point. But she's like, oh, it's okay, I'm alone. I'm used to being alone. So whatever. I know, just random drama crap. So what do we want to do? Well, Sanders would be a great candidate because he is the antithesis of Trump. There's significant media against him, straight up, both Democratic and Republican media that goes against Bernie Sanders because he's considered too far left-wing. When in reality, he's not proposing anything that radical, truthfully speaking. It really isn't. It's just people don't like the idea of getting rid of some capitalistic things and having the government help, which I don't understand why. Like, you're not the one that's at the head of a CEO's pharmaceutical or, you're not a dean of a giant college making bank off of student loans or hospitals that are, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, most of them are typically people that, for whatever reason, believe they're still able to, I don't know. And then I saw the unpopular opinion about, like, you don't see the perception that they're killing babies. Like, no, I get that. I see that. But their actions that they're taking are forcing that fear, that thing because they believe this thing, and it's usually believed as a result of believing in certain types of religion and things like that, then I see it as religion getting involved in politics, which you should never do. But that's me. You know, facts, science, unbiased stuff is the fairest way for government to act. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. There's always going to be bias. There's always going to be one minority that gets shut down. There's always going to have more of an oppression style scenario, and it will get more oppressive over time, which is what we've seen with capitalism. So that's just my observation. I personally love the idea of like free healthcare, free education, barring certain trade schools or stuff like that, but basic, like I feel like the vast majority of education should just be free, and there should be a large amount of money being put into education, science, technology, and other stuff like that to just rapidly advance certain technologies, because we are at the tipping point almost for certain medications and technologies that can help people drastically. And it just feels like they're always searching for funding, they're always trying to market, they don't know what to do. And I would love to just sort of like go in there and be like, okay, I have this money, what can I do to make this viable? What can I do to get this to market? What can we do to have this become something good? How can we, make a little bit of money off of it so we recoup our losses over time, but mostly just focus on getting it out there so that way people can have it. It's got to be cheap, it's got to be effective, it's got to be all those things. How do we market it? How do we get it out? That's one of the reasons why I was thinking like of certain, like when I was talking about last night about just like basically having it become almost like a supplement or an FD. Like the FDA only started regulating, bleached flour, right? Bleached white flour used to have no B vitamins at all, and that in the South started causing these issues on the skin and sores and stuff like that, and they all thought it was due to a certain disease. It wasn't a disease. It was because they were malnourished in a specific way. So imagine, but even after a prominent scientist even, took samples off the oozing sores and put them all up in his mouth and, everything, and they were fine, still didn't change the regulations until much later. And that's wrong. But what I'm trying to get at is that it could be put in as standard, because the FDA then made enriched wheat flour. Basically, you had to have, if you're going to have bleached white flour, it had to have certain B vitamins in it. Well, now, if you're going to make any food, it has to have these anti-cancer things in them, compounds or whatever the thing is. That way, it reduces the risk of people having cancer. But then I go, well, why do that when you can just make it into a simple vaccine? Just you're good for the rest of your fucking life. Done. It's mandatory. Who doesn't want to have not cancer? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. All I get is a shot, and then I'm cancer free. Seems like, I don't know. It's just a small prick. I can handle a small prick. Which, by the way, fucking anti-vaxxers are just annoying, stupid. I hate them. They think they're above scientists who have actual And the sad part is that like their whole reasoning and stuff is so similar to like those people that deny the Holocaust and flat earthers and all this sort of thing, where they just get kind of. I honestly feel like there's just conspiracy theories to try and have people just steer away from it. It's a psychological thing. Could be the CIA, could be something else that just like creates a lot of these stories and whatnot, makes the people uh, believe them, and then they latch on to it, and therefore, start shouting nonsense, basically, forcing people to be like, oh, whoa, whoa, that doesn't look right, clearly. But the problem is that some of them are like, oh, you know what? Tell me more. And it just grows. You know what I mean? I got some plans, man. I got some plans for this world. And they're gonna fucking take their medicine whether they want it to or not. Shit's gonna have to change. Otherwise, we are going downhill. And going downhill as in falling off a cliff into very dangerous things for humanity in general. Yes, I stopped certain things from happening. Meh. You know? What did you stop? I don't want to get into it. Just stupid shit. I'm wondering about like, I don't have any connection to anybody right now, like none whatsoever. The connection that I get comes and goes, and I hate it. I used to have this consistency to everything. Um, Pisses me off. Feels like I lost a core part of me, that ability to really be able to read people's, understand their body language, know what they're thinking and feeling, and all this stuff. And I lost it. It pisses me off. And it's not like, oh, so you were really good at empathizing and seeing another person's perspective. No. I was literally looking into their mind in some cases. That's what it felt like. So, it's not creepy. It's just getting the general feel of how an individual is feeling. It helps set up the mood, and that way I can be able to more accurately, read the mood and talk, you know. Plus, it was just something that I just naturally did. And then the fucking damage destroyed it, and now it's like some of it's coming back, but most of it's just annoying. It's one of the reasons why I want my psychedelics to come, which I haven't heard anything back from the Indul shop at all about whether or not anything's going to be reshipped. Didn't email them yesterday. Didn't get anything back today. We'll see about tomorrow. Yeah, because I fucking bought the shit. I'm not gonna get a refund. I bought it. You're gonna send it to me. You keep sending it to me until I fucking get it. It's like, yeah. Although I am also under the impression that it might just be better to just get a fucking just be able to get a simple refund and then take the loss on that and buy it through Reddit on Discord, get it through that. Yeah. But then that becomes kind of dangerous, you know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, here's the thing. There's a part of me inside of me that I know is there, and it's locked. It's just, there's something trying to get to it, but it just isn't. It pisses me off. Um, it really does. I don't like it at all. It's like, yeah, I would definitely be a proponent of psychedelics just for the fact that I could go back into that state of mind to allow myself to have a different perspective on things. And who knows, maybe over time I'll gain the connection again to the universe that I want so badly. This connection that I had was just wonderful, and it really kept me going for a really long time. Um, for all the other stuff going on in 2017, yeah, I miss it, man. I miss that part of me. Everybody's like, shouldn't have to worry about getting back to to who you used to be, and I'm like, you don't understand what it is that I'm missing. Okay, you don't feel the same thing. Yeah, I understand that it's literally different for me than it is for probably the vast amount of people on the planet with their. But then there are also probably quite a few. It's just like, what's the percentage? You know. But the point is that it's like, it's something that was so fundamental to me that I still had this thing, and it's still kind of there, but it's so weak, and it's so indirect, and it's so not good enough to me. It's just like, it annoys me for sure. I miss it so much. And it's not something that can be filled in with people. It's a thing that's in here. It's just fundamental to me. And I want it back so damn badly. I really do. But time is time. Things change. Stuff happens. Who knows, it'll come back. Who knows, it won't. I don't. What? Just, you know, thinking about, like, random stupid shit. I was thinking, like, Rocko's Modern Life, the cow? There was an episode where, I don't know if it was Rocco or him that needed to get a little bit of extra money, and then they go down this elevator into this giant warehouse of cans, and he just grabs a bunch of aluminum cans and hands it to him. It's like, well, there's a couple bucks. And for whatever reason, that always stands out to me. Because when I first saw it, I was like, whoa. But now that I think back to it, I'm like, that's really kind of weird, actually. Like, where were you just... Why with the... What? Anyways. Want me to have kids. Apparently I already have kids. Apparently I'm taking seeing a lot of different things flash before my eyes. Different things, different paths, people, places, information. Not literally pass before my eyes, it's a figure of speech. I know I have to specify that because of what goes on up in here. You know that funny old saying, possibilities are endless? They're not. The fact is that at best it's just a very large number. At worst, the vast majority of you, it's a pretty small number. You only have so many chances, you only have so many things every single day. A finite number of chances, a finite number of possibilities every day. And the shorter each day towards the end of your life becomes, less and less chances and possibilities. And so, I like to think of it as a giant, you know that Alexander the Great, he had to solve that famous rope and he just hacked through it. Kind of imagine that rope as the possibilities and the paths that you can take. And I'm trying to get the prize without having to hack away at the rope. It's very tricky. So I feel like I've forgotten so much. What would I do? What would I do? I don't know. What would I do if I was me? If I was me, what would I do? Just fucking get out there. That's really all there is to it. I don't know what that actually means, but it basically encompasses everything. Like, it could be getting outside, it could be getting out socially, it could be doing just getting out of this shell, this armor that I have to the world. The cage I placed myself in for fear of alienating myself from others. Because they need their approval. I just need their approval. I don't. I hardly ever care about what most people think, truthfully. But for whatever damn reason, it's still in there. You know what I mean? £300. You know, I have to say that I've been looking better. It's only been a few pounds lost, but considering, it's been steady, I'll take it. Look, put it this way. I spent 4 years getting supplements, proper diet, exercise, sleep, all under control. 4 years of making lifestyle choices to change small individual things. I would tackle them each as I could. And it was a very arduous journey. That was definitely put through with many pitfalls and traps and everything else. And I had to sort of really be honest with myself when it came down to my food habits. I did not track anything on a phone. I did not do any of that crap. I didn't need any of that. I knew for a fact, yeah, I'm eating more than I should. I already know that. I didn't need an app to tell me that. We all kind of know when we're eating too much. You know? And we all know when we're not eating healthy. So those things are mostly just for people to sort of, like with my journal, keep track, keep accountable. But at the time, I didn't have that, didn't even really have a cell phone that I was using that much. And I actually didn't have a cell phone until 2016. First year I got a cell phone. 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. Yeah. Like the only other cell phone I had before that was the N-Gage, and that was back when I was in middle school. So that's whatever that is. But where was I going with this? So yes, I had to come up with my own habits. I had to critically look at myself. I had to literally ignore, and go, okay, quit the fucking bullshit. You're not gonna not eat this. You're not gonna not do this. You have to literally say, look, I know you. I know you. You cannot handle this temptation. You cannot handle these things. You cannot do this. You have to change and accept that you cannot do this. I understand that you want to be able to have that self-control and you want to have those things. However, you don't. Straight up, you just don't. So, put yourselves out of that situation. Get rid of the temptations for junk food. Get rid of these things and only buy the healthier stuff. And slowly try and get yourself to eat less and work out more. And that's literally all it was. Seriously. That's really what I did. It wasn't anything spectacular, like some, new diet, and I just was super great, it was a combination of me thinking about myself critically, me having at the time, I was vaping cannabis like crazy. Seriously, I really was. I was also drinking coffee like crazy. And so I mostly got my energy from that. And it wasn't healthy. But, healthy as it wasn't as nutritionally beneficial for me. But yeah, so it took time, it took effort, it took energy, and it took more of me looking at myself and my habits and knowing my own self-control and my own things that I had to take into account. And so that was kind of the journey into my own self-discovery about myself. And it came together with meditation, it came together with more yoga, it came together with walking around outside, vaping cannabis, enjoying the outside, and just being present in the moment, meditation, excluding my mother, again, for the millionth time. I go in cycles. It's like she comes back into my life, and then when I get rid of her, all of a sudden I get better. I was like, okay, I'm going to try again, try and help my mom. Oh, look at my mental health. Oh, look at that. I don't like her anymore, and I don't want to help her anymore. I'm soaring. So there's that, and I got better on the eating habits when I did that, and it was just a combination of multiple things coming together all because I put in the time, effort, and work. That's what it took. Time, effort, and work. It took a long time. It took 4-5 years of changing diets, exercising, and honestly, it all kind of came together when I just got so fed up about my own self, knowing that I was overeating. I knew it. It's like, I know I'm doing the wrong thing. Why am I doing this wrong thing? Let's stop and think, why am I doing this? And that's all it took. That's really what it was. You know? Like, from that point, I started critically trying to change my habits and thought processes and introduce, different various, getting rid of temptations, different coping mechanisms for the addiction that was the food that I had. That's what it was. It was like an addiction to an overabundance of this sugary or whatever food. And it just took time. That's just really what it was. And so, like, when people ask, oh, well, what really helped you and what did this? And it's like, effort. Up here. Right up here. Like, yeah, you got to do effort to your body. You got to eat right. But it starts here. It starts looking critically right here. You can continue to yo-yo diet all your life, but it isn't going to help if you don't critically look as to why you're doing this eating habit. Why are you doing this? So, yeah. And that's kind of when I started looking at other things, because I was still fighting with my mom. That didn't change, overnight. I was still fighting with her. So I got my eating habits under check. And so I started going, well, why am I fighting with her? And that's when meditation, yoga, other techniques to introduce to help myself navigate around her at that time vastly worse, mental health than she is now, and her damage to me, So, yeah, it was just one of those things where you gotta stop. You just gotta... It sucks because nobody gets the time. Like, I am extremely fortunate. Extremely fortunate. I recognize that because I have all the time in the world to just stop and think about things. Not just be in my head, but critically think about my situation, what I'm doing, and so on and so on. And I need to start doing that again because I am kind of in that mode of, like, stuck. I'm stuck. I'm on this is the base platform. I want to get up fucking beyond the damn stars, But, yeah, I'll settle for just having my standard pyramid. We'll see what happens. I'm really hoping psychedelics can help propel me to that next step. But it just feels like there are so many forces that be that just don't want it to happen because they're like, he's too powerful, he's gonna get his fucking powers back, and he's gonna fucking do this, and he's gonna change this, and then of course we won't have any money, and then oh my god! That's you. That's your brain right now. That's your fear that I can feel from you. Like, I don't even have to smell it. Like, I can smell fear in people. Straight up. I think anybody can. But I can feel your fear. And that's no reason to downfall me just because you don't want me to succeed, you little fucking rat bastard. Who are you talking to? Oh, well, there are certain individuals that are in on this conversation They really don't like the idea of the status quo changing, but absolutely love some of the other ideas they come up with. So they just keep looking and watching. Black hats. I'd like for them to disappear hard. But that's me. I like disruptions in my life to go away. That way I can return back to peace and serenity. But, life is just a giant fucking rock pile going into a fucking lake. Just constant ripples everywhere. There's no such thing as peace. So. Yeah, I don't really have any, plans politics-wise. I mean, the basics of politics right now are, if you want something to get legalized, start getting signatures fucking now. Start now. Because if you're lucky, you might just get enough by the time 2020 comes around. If you're extremely lucky. If you've already been collecting and you've waned out, it's time to start advertising, time to start recanvassing. Government shutdown just came up. People are angry. People want change. Introducing certain petitions for laws or whatever. It's a good idea now. Then, campaigning for certain candidates, polling around certain Democratic candidates. That way, paying off certain media outlets to no longer be biased against certain candidates. I know that sounds shady as fuck, but you'd be surprised how easy that is. One of the reasons why I kind of want Sanders to win is he needs to be able to get media on his side. And I think the best way to do that is not just pay them off, but also offer this to them, which is, do you think that if we don't do this, someone else will win against Trump? Or basically along those lines. Trump has a giant fan base. And even with everything being low as it is, whoever he endorses for the next Republican candidate will get picked up fucking hard. And we need the opposite of them. He is the opposite. He stands for such and such. Give us the opportunity to be able to lead the country to the betterment of humanity. And, $10,000, I don't know what the fuck, $100,000, whatever the hell. Or whoever the candidate ends up being, really. It's well, don't we want a women candidate? No, we want the fucking candidate that's going to win and actually be able to make shit happen. We don't just want a fucking face. We don't just want some candidate that happens to fit the right criteria for progression. Okay? Fuck that shit. We're done. We don't need to be progressive. We need to win. So that means finding the right candidate that will actually go up. Sanders could be possible. Alexandria Cortez? That's bad. That's what's that, right? Cortez, but it's Ontario. Fuck. It's terrible. I literally read it not even 30 minutes ago. I literally read her name multiple times to try and memorize it. terrible things. But yeah, she's more than likely not going to be a presidential candidate for at least 10 years. Maybe less. And that's if, like, she survives all the fucking things along the way. So, Sanders, Elizabeth Warren for vice president, standard, that could be working. Nancy Pelosi is good, just don't think she has the right numbers to be able to make it work. You know what I mean? I don't think she has the clout. And we could at least get under the whole, there hasn't ever been a vice president lady. Right? We can at least get that, and then, who knows? Maybe next year there could be an upset. Sanders, oh my God, I hate that idea. What? Just a Republican candidate coming right after that happens to be another antithesis. It's literally the same repeating cycle in every fucking American politics. You get, at best, 8 years of one particular side. If you're lucky, at that same time, you happen to control the House and Senate and are actually able to push forth measures and things. It's just... the whole fucking system sucks. I hate it. I do. I hate the whole fucking system. I think it needs to be torn down and redone. And if I had the ability to, that's what I would fucking do. It would be run by essentially a Supreme Court of 9 people. 9, 3 and 3, 4, 9, I guess. With a independent third party to check. I don't know. There's like I've been thinking about it more and more to how would we change the government to a more democratic socialist party, and I just don't have the answer, because everybody's like, we need president, we need the one guy, and it's the one guy doesn't fucking do anything, and the guy has too much fucking power. If they're biased towards anything, then they can just fucking willy-nilly whatever the hell they want, as we've seen. So yes, 9 people at the top debating, creating, having oversight over multiple things, but also having someone to oversight them, and then of course they have this oversight has the power to veto potentially, or potentially having 9, but of course you have 1 out of the 9 that happens to be sort of the leader, but not really. They still all vote. Every vote is the same, but ultimately this person happens to be more or less the spokesperson for the group. So leader, I guess. Not really. Congress would have to change dramatically. Instead of a 2-party system that has to get broken up into a multi-different party system. Yeah. How many? Let's just at least have 3. We can just get 1 more in there. But then that just creates another issue of not being able to control the House. Which, that's the thing. I feel like it shouldn't be a bipartisan bullshit vote system. I don't think that that's fair. I think that the people should have the vote as to whether or not it'll go through. Not fucking candidates or these so-called voted for people. They are to look after whatever bill is being proposed, make sure it's able to be feasible, make sure that it's good, but outside of that, they all take a basic vote with the candidates that they represent. They take that vote, the majority of that vote wins, that candidate that got voted to power then is to vote the way the people voted, and then that's how everything breaks down. That way, there's proper fucking for the people, by the people shit going on. You know? So gerrymandering can't be a fucking thing anymore. You have to get rid of that. You suddenly have to break up peoples in a different way, like a more evenly distributed way, so that way one candidate's opinion isn't completely overshadowed, because they might represent a large portion, but they're only one vote. And I think that's incorrect, and it should be much more evenly distributed, in which case then you have more of these voted for people that are able to properly distribute the ideas of the people in general more accurately, and vote more accurately towards what bills and resolutions get passed. Then law enforcement has to have also judgment calls. They're going to need much fucking more oversight. You are out of control. Straight up. It's straight up ridiculous how officers are basically just seen as goon squads for the government. That's what they are. That's what they're seen as. Goon squads for the government. Mobsters. Terrorizers. They're not helpful. This is the government, asshole that's coming around in their car collecting their, payment for making sure everything stays safe. That's what it is. And it's stupid. They're not really doing anything that's good for the public, actually solving real crime. Most of the time, they're focused on drugs and petty things, when there are still very much violent crime and online stuff, domestic, just more real stuff to deal with than what they're dealing with. Like, have you ever seen the closeout rate for murders now? The closeout rate, meaning they found a suspect, they get him trialed, and they go to jail or they go free, is abysmal. It's not good. It's terrible. They don't really ever catch people. Like, even with all the technology that we have available at our fingertips, they just aren't able to do it. And they go, oh, well, time and money and all this. And I'm like, well, what is all the time and money being spent on? Oh, that's fucking stupid. Don't spend it on that. Basically. Or because they have a shit ton of money. The thing is, America is like, oh, we need more taxes. It would be great if we were able to properly manage funds appropriately, budget, and have oversight and regulations and no more loopholes and all this, like, if you do no fraud, no embezzlement, any of this shit. And all of a sudden, I would imagine that you would have a significant change, and all of a sudden funding's going to the right places. It's not getting pocketed by these people or that person, or going towards this thing because this guy over here, who happens to have a lot of influence, thinks that this is really needed, but the people over here are like, no, that's not what the fuck we need. We need these things, i.e., the teachers who went on a protest over in California, and basically everybody thought they just wanted more money, when in reality they wanted these things that just definitely needed to be changed in the school. It's just like, it was wrong that was happening. The fact that it continued as long as it did is very indicative of where we are as a society and what value we place in certain areas. It's sad. It's very sad. So yeah, if I could, I'd dismantle the government and change it all. I'd fucking change it all so that way there is no power to the people we elect. It is our power to have. and to hold. That way, they don't have the option of having any authority. They don't have the option of having this oppressive nature anymore. You know, that isn't to say that they still aren't going to be celebrities in a sense, because they are elected. They are technically in a position to represent many people, and therefore they still have that recognition and attention. In fact, that's mostly what they'll be going after. And they'll be trying to win over the hearts and mind and campaign and do this to try and, have this issue get cared about and voted for more often or whatever. Then voting needs to also be paid leave from any work. Doesn't fucking matter. Needs to be paid leave. Needs to have, especially for the big ones, it really needs to be a holiday. Straight up. That's what it has to be. I think it's ridiculous that we don't have, like other countries, time to be able to just vote. And the fact is, corporations know that, and they fucking use it against you. So be concerned about that. That's oppression. That's a deterrent to successfully rising up against the authoritarian powers that be. So yes, you want me to change the world? I can. Give me the opportunity. Give me the money. Give me the influence. I have the ideas. Give me the right people to bounce the ideas off of that know more than I know currently. That way I can try and think of an even more clever way of being able to get things done. This is just a rough draft. This is just some of the things I've been thinking about. It's not perfect. It's not quite there yet because we still haven't taken on the whole bullshit of all the different just shit laws, straight up practices in like our judicial system, which is overrun, overworked, understaffed. Just, it's a mess. And then the fact that lawyers used to be for the good man, and then corporations and police. That's right. Corporations and police waged a war against your average person. The average person used to believe that the lawyer was good for the average person. That it was good to have a lawyer. Now, police will go, oh, he's got a lawyer, it's bad. Nah, fuck that shit. Police are just trying to fuck with you. Get a lawyer. Alright? Lawyers are good. Lawyers help people. Alright? They are not trying to swindle you. They are not trying to hurt you. They are there to help you. They've been paid to do a specific job. Now, the job that you might have given them is to somehow magically create a way for you to get out of something. That's not going to fucking happen. Okay? But for the average person that has like this thing that needs to go on in court for whatever it is, yeah, a lawyer. Seriously, you need one. They're good. Corporations decided, oh, well, if they bring a lawyer into there, then now we have to basically bury them underneath legal work. So now they've taken it upon themselves to make the average man and woman who used to have the power to take on corporations, used to have the power to take on these things, to be able to change stuff, are very much at the mercy of that lawyer being pro bono, if they're lucky, or if they think they can actually win. And oftentimes it's in a class action lawsuit, then they take most of the money and you get your very small change. And the fact is that most class action lawsuits only result in a fraction of what usually gets taken. So, yeah, it's stupid. That needs to change. Lawyers are good for you. The judicial system is supposed to be for the people, not for the corporations. So legal fees, things like that, has to be subsidized by the government. Seriously. That's something that needs to be subsidized. You're like, whoa, 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 where are we going at here? Yeah. Corporations cannot be able to literally bury an individual from being able to actually take them on for certain things. And they should no longer be able to basically create a perfect jury for them to go up against. It's stupid. That should not happen. It's supposed to be for the people. If anything, the person should be able to pick the correct candidates for their side, and it should be on the corporation and or state to provide enough evidence to convince these people, not have them already be convinced of their side, and then the person who has very little ability to change much is like, well, how is that fair? Exactly. That's exactly what you've been doing to us. How is it fair? So yeah, there's another change. Corporations should be limited in how much time their lawyers are able to spend on any given topic for a case. Yeah, granted that'd be really difficult to prove or anything, but it would be a good just general regulation. It'd have to be constantly monitored. That would be impossible to do, but yeah, it's just like these are just rough draft stuff. Like you need to be able to fix these fundamental issues with our government, so that way we no longer have a government for the government and corporations. We have a government for the people, by the people. That's it. Alright? That's Republican. That's not Democratic Socialist. That's Republican. Fixing the government to work for the people. Alright? Anybody that says that that's not government, or that's not Republican, is New Age Republican. They're not old age Republican. They're new shit. They're the shit that changed over back in the 60s. They're the ultra-conservative fuckwads, as far as I'm concerned. It's like, that's not a very nice term. Why would you call us that? And I'm like, if you consider yourself that, then you might have an issue. The vast majority of people on here, I imagine, probably don't have this issue. Okay? Old Republicans, you can be conservative. That's fine. You just can't put it into politics. And that's where the bias comes into play. Like, old Republicans used to be a government for the people with minimal oversight and all this. Well, guess what? Oversight's needed. Oversight is fucking needed. People will do stupid fucking shit if you don't watch them. Case in point, go to the ER. Almost every goddamn night there is somebody that's coming in there with something stuck somewhere inside of them because they were bored and they weren't being watched. And then you go into the whole money aspect where greed comes into play and profits that need to be made, constant pressure on the market. Yeah, of course they're going to fucking do anything to get that. So yeah, there needs to be regulations, there needs to be stability, there needs to be many things that get put in place to no longer allow them to continue doing the damage that they have done to America. America used to be good. I wouldn't say great. It was never great. At best, it was good. There were many issues, many fucking issues throughout the entire history of America. Everybody wants to be like, oh, it's so great, we did all these things. Yeah, did you ever wonder how we did some of these things and some of the discrimination and then the people that didn't get recognition because they weren't the right color of skin, the right gender, the fact that, they didn't get covered because the such and such. There's so many different examples of just egregious racism, bigotry, and other things besides that are just bad in America. And frankly, we need to stop romanticizing the stupidity of our past and fucking learn from it and grow. So, those are my thoughts on the government and how we could maybe fix it. But I only have a rough draft, and truthfully, I don't actually have too many things. Why 9 people? Because 9 is a significant enough number that they will actually have to debate. There will be enough different biases, enough different perspectives. Hopefully the people, because you'll be voting on each and every single one of them that goes up in there. What about term limits? You get 8 years for 1 term. You can go up to 2 terms, 16 years. Whoa, why so long? Well, guess what? You need the time to be able to do your job. A fucking president for 4 years cannot do anything meaningful. It's too hard because you have Congress, you have Senate, you have all these things that block you from doing your job in some cases, and you can end up getting hamstrung. You can end up, so yes, having the time, just the length of time needed to stay in office to continue having that voice that the people elected. And it should be much easier to impeach. You have 9 of them. It's not that hard, to just get another one. So that's another thing. Instead of having all this power directed towards one person, it gets spread out towards 9, and it can be very easy. In fact, they can help to vote out this person as well, and there you go. Like, if the people turn against you, you better be careful, you better listen to the people, because it's the people that hold your job in their hands, not you holding others' lives, the people's in your hand. It's not the way it's supposed to work. No, I'm just hearing, oh, you can do that. What kind of health insurance are you talking about here? See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I do need health insurance, but I don't know what kind of health insurance. And then there's, car insurance as well. What are you talking about? So, what can I say about that? Because I kind of feel like it. Do they care that I talk about it or not? I don't know. They've always been secretive, so it's just one of those things where it's like, let's put it this way, I'm the death of a bachelor, in some ways. And I don't know who's who, and it's annoying me. It's like, is that the person, or is it the another person that's apparently also liking, or is it, like, what's the case here? You know what I mean? Like, anyways, it's all very troublesome. My meds are kicking in. Um, I want to create a company. I need I mean, the thing is, like, the money problem is there, but like the fact is I'm actually kind of good when it comes down to restructuring, creating a plan, stuff like that. I know I can run a business. I just need to get more detail on the more ins and outs of how everything works. And the thing is that it's really easy to say, like, look, in the beginning, you got the wind at your back. It's like starting off on a clear, sunny day in the ocean, and then, well, here's the thing: the ocean's fucking fickle and unpredictable. So you set sail fine, but there are going to be multiple times through your trip and journey where that's just not going to be the case at all. So, and if you don't prepare properly, then you end up having to improvise while you're traveling, which is never good. It's not a good idea. Why? Well, imagine if you ran out of food on a 3-month journey in a month and a half in. And all you had for bait for trying to fish off the side was, I don't know, whatever you could find that might be a lure. And that's your meal. If you don't catch something, that's what you're doing, until you get to the month and a half later to the end of your journey. You're fishing the entire time now. Like, you didn't plan for that, but that's what you got to do now. To finally get to the other part of the journey, take a breather. Oh, well, we need these stores. Then you go back out for another 3-month journey, and then something else happens. And that's the quarters of a year, or 3 months, 4 months, whatever, journey. And that's kind of like the quarters of a year for a startup. It's like the first quarter, okay, so we did well here, we could improve this, we need to, as a result of operating costs or this unforeseen thing or whatever it is, change this, budget for that. Alright, let's see how we can do for this next quarter, and hopefully we do better, that sort of thing. Fact is, it's like running a business, truthfully, shouldn't be hard I shouldn't say that. If you make sure to have the right information ahead of you, ahead of time, and you pay attention to that information, then if your business model is a success, then you can work with it. If it's not a success, then it's not going to happen. Like, you can have all the information, you have the capital at the beginning and all this sort of thing, but if you don't have it be successful with money coming in, it's just never going to succeed, So that's where advertisements and other stuff start coming in. But truthfully, I always like the word of mouth campaign, and because I'm a big proponent of word of mouth. Meaning, like, the lion's mane mushroom, I've suggested it to several people already, and I'll write a review on there detailing how it's helped. Excuse me. Which would be good. It'd be very good. But, like, before I even thought about writing the review, I was already like, yeah, I'm going to tell people about this supplement that I'm taking because I think it's good. I haven't done that since, I don't really remember, truthfully. Like, that stuff is probably the best stuff that I've ever wanted to try in word of mouth, ever. So there is that. Wait, myself. You heard, I'm 300 pounds of just love and affection waiting to cuddle. 6'4", bit of 4 eyes, slightly nerdy. I'd say I'm intelligent, but not terribly smart. And I got a lot of ambition, and I'm looking for someone to sort of help me along on my mission. Yeah, I came up with a rather beautiful example I thought of earlier today. And it was these. So at the beginning, there were just random, very there cells, right? And then one cell got into the inside of one other, and they just started producing power for each other. And from that point forward, we have had every bit of life on this planet be based off of that. And that's basically what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my person, that allows me to become something I could never be on my own. And therefore take on the world. To which, for Christians and everything else, I'm like, if you think about Adam and Eve, it was never one individual. It was that right there. Those two joining cells. That was the original Adam and Eve getting together and creating all of life as we know it. Or most of it. I'm sure there's some weird ass shit out there that I don't know about that isn't in any way related for some damn reason, but you get what I mean. The vast majority of life has cells in this capacity. See, the thing is, I don't really want to get involved in politics. I don't really want to get involved in certain things right now. Maybe later, but just, like, I don't know. Like, there are just more important things for me to worry about. To me, currently. As all I can do is, at best, campaign and vote, which I voted. And so, yeah, there's that. About creating in Arizona, I would love to see people get pulled over more often for being on their fucking cell phones. It's ridiculous how many people I see drive just straight terribly while they're on their cell phones. And the amount of risk that they're putting into other people, it pisses me off. It's a selfish thing to me. You're putting other people's lives in danger because you want to text. Like, there's a big difference between holding up a thing that I'm just talking into versus something along the lines of, oh, I need to text this, I gotta do this, it's slow, huge difference, okay? Huge fucking difference. And the fact is that we have straight damn lines, only a few curves, really, in a few places. And yeah, it's kind of sad, actually, how many fucking accidents we have. It's stupid. It really is stupid. And I think a giant contributor to that is the cell phone usage. But also, for certain areas of the highway and freeway, they need to be opened up. or need to have alternative paths that are actually just as fast. Because, like for instance, the 101 going north for people trying to get onto the 60 or to the 202 turns into a giant standstill for a good long time, and it could be much better managed if there were more lanes and different paths that people could take, because people go from Gilbert all the way to Phoenix to work, and they take that route, and I'm like, well, what if from that area there was like a better, like, say, underground path, or instead of underground, something else, or just more lanes. This fucker was on not literally 2 seconds ago, but quite close to literally 2 seconds ago. There we go. Why you do this to me? Why you be mean? Why you gotta be grumpy? I was angry about the government. You don't even have any problems going on in your life, motherfucker. You sit around all day, you get to do anything you fucking want, but you don't do nothing. You fucking asshole. I mean, not gonna respond to that. I still have my own shit to deal with. So yeah. I'm fading so fast. Alright, we're going to be a little early. We're going to hop onto Reddit. I'll give you however many minutes. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be back. If you want to ask for advice or something else, do it there. It's fine. I mind. I answer to them. I'll give my suggestions to the best of my ability. He's like, he's really kind of right about the government thing and this, and I kind of like the idea of doing that. That's actually a pretty good compromise. And how come we didn't think about this? And it's like, because you're in the thick of it. That's why. You're in the thick of it. You're so close to the elephant, you don't know what the elephant is. That's why. Yeah, I have been shivering and starving myself, so, losing weight slowly. Although, I think the reason why is because whatever's here could be cancer, could be something, but it's infringing on the thyroid gland, which is probably what's causing me those weird shivers, and also the fact that even though I've been working out and been eating less in general, my weight has more or less stayed the same. I think so, yeah, there might be something going on there. It might not be cancer, it might just be something that's there that's blocking it or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I don't need to know. I'm gonna get a fucking test. They're gonna look at it. I can definitely. It could just be there's this knot or something in there, but I doubt it. There's definitely something there. It used to be bigger. It has shrank after taking the turmeric, as I've been taking in turmeric consistently every single day. Every once in a while, I add in black pepper, and that does seem to be helping. Um, just in general with inflammation, like turmeric black pepper combo is a great anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer. Like it's just a good supplement. It really is. But big buts. Can't lie here. Don't get it the supplement version. Just get regular, like finely ground black pepper. Put it in oil because that's what the pepperine is. That's in that you need to keep the turmeric in your system for longer. Um, and also get basic like spice turmeric. And the reason why I say this is because supplements are not regulated. But if it's sold as a spice or something like food, it is regulated by the government, and therefore it's mandated that it meets certain standards. Supplements don't really have that, and they're beholden to themselves to take on those costs. Most will not take on those costs, especially if you're starting up. It's just impossible to get third-party testing in certain areas, you know. And then you have to do batch testing and all this sort of thing, which adds cost, which I would actually take on that cost because, like, if I'm going to sell a product, I want the product to be fucking good. And I want that product, sure, it might cost more, but I know that, like, if I price it the right way, reasonably, instead of trying to push out volume, but I make profit on each one, and of course it gets good recognition for good things, like Paul Stamets, host defense stuff is, all tested, it's all, his made stuff, he knows what's going on with it, and he's selling it in such a way that is, good. And that's kind of the idea of what the supplement industry should do, but it doesn't. That's not really what it does, They're a business to make profit off of people trying to find alternative treatments to the medications that really don't work in a lot of cases. So they're desperate for something that might work. Placebo can help latch on to the initial, like if they really believe that this, because they've read all these reviews and these articles, it's going to work, it's going to do this, it primes them initially for those good feelings of it working. But if the substance is not the right substance, too much, too little, laced with something, whatever it is, or it has, poisonous like mercury, arsenic, other things in it, then it's ultimately just bad. So Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Is it Ocasio? 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 I think that's down to like a cartoon. I'm not sure if it's actually any poison is really colored or anything, unless they actually do color it. In which case, that might actually be a good thing. That way you could identify poison pretty easily. Sort of like, the whole smell for propane. Well, if you got a poisonous compound, you know, dye it a certain color so that way you just never, yeah. I don't know. Plus, she's looking for other women's opinions, you know. So it's like my opinion doesn't really matter. Yeah. I don't know if it's the majority of teachers. What are the statistics? Is it half and half? Like teachers are half and half gender wise, or is it skewed? And like the overall, like from America down to state, down to like certain counties. Like what does it break down to? Because that would be some great data to have actually. Why? Because then you could also look into like, okay, so is there a correlation to having more female teachers to more students successfully graduating, or vice versa? Or, you know, like what can you look at it that might be there? Now, it's correlation, not causation, but it's still an interesting data point. That's a pretty good drawing. It's very rough, but it's good. I love watching this puppy run because it just stops. It just goes over to the cameraman. Oh, that's good. Like, I'm just here to have fun in this competition. You're winning. I'm gonna go over here and have fun. That's the way to live life, man. Not take not take the bullshit too seriously. Not take the competition and rat race too seriously. Personally, the only reason why I want to go to college is so that way I can learn more about a few subjects. Outside of that, I think trade schools are definitely a better way to go after high school if you want to learn a particular skill. Um, that way you can just be ready to go into a career. Use that basic small career, whatever it is. Get the experience, you gain knowledge, you can apply elsewhere, you know, do other things, that sort of thing. But truthfully, you don't need college. Like, experience in the field that you want to work in is just as valuable. The problem is that oftentimes people feel like, oh, well, I won't get hired if I don't have the diploma. And that's true for certain fields, that really is. But other fields, it's not. And you can actually get in, you won't get in at the higher position if you had the diploma, but you can still work your way up to that point. And hopefully the people that be in that company notice that you worked your way up and you've had all this success, um, and therefore rewards you properly with it, meaning a proper paycheck that is better, I think, than the person that's just spent a bunch of money getting a diploma. There, but that person getting a diploma can also be working as well while they're doing that. So, like, is one of those things where transparency would go a long way with, pay rates, because I feel like it's kind of hard to set certain pay rates. Like, certain individuals obviously are more important, and they're doing a more important job, and should be paid accordingly. So it's just difficult. Dude, I'm starting to get into the Jablinski YouTube. I saw one episode. It was like, dude's got the energy. There was that one Reddit post about that lady that was, a little bit out there trying to catch Pokemon. And the only word of advice I'd give her is, just keep going. Like, you don't have that. You don't have. Most people will not have Jack Black level of energy. Most people don't have that. And he has a distinct personality and all of that. You know what I mean? You are definitely more clever, and so I'd try and use that more to your advantage than trying to be out there. Being clever is many, many different things, though. But take that for what you will, because really, I have no idea. Don't have my own successful YouTube channel or anything like that. So, yep. It's kind of both. I'm not sure though. Yeah, the only thing I would say is there are certain individuals that are born with those godly genes of just being able to eat whatever the hell they want and not have to worry about it. Um, yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, I kind of agree. Well, I'm really fading fast, guys. I'm sorry, I'm just barely here. Do some squats, man. You'll stay awake. I'm like, I don't really want to stay awake. I barely got any sleep last night because I woke myself up at 7, but I didn't actually get out of bed, and so I kind of just rolled around until 9. It wasn't good. Yeah, I didn't get good sleep last night. No, did not. It's fucking cool. I want a sous vide thing. I've always wanted to make a bunch of chicken in a sous vide thing and then sear it on like a pan with some oil, baste it over just a little bit while it's searing. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, most atheists are like, I'm right, and I'm very angry. They don't want to just allow people to believe what they want to believe. You're allowed to believe what you want to believe. And you don't need people telling you off just for believing it. I used to be one of those. I'm still kind of doing that, truthfully. It's just, I get really angry because for me, science begets rational decision making. Um, and there's too much politics and church being mixed. And I see it and I feel like that's your religion being pushed on me. And I'm supposed to be able to be free to choose my own religion and my own thoughts and actions. Just because you happen to be taught a certain way doesn't mean I have to believe it or think the same way that you do. You know? I've seen that, yeah, that's pretty funny. Hmm. Hmm. It's possible. I'd have to know what the trade war was going to be about, and I feel like if it was artificial, then people could make a lot of money off of it incorrectly. But I don't actually know. Truthfully, I don't even know what you mean by artificial trade war. See, how did you notice it was 21 and 19 pixels? Like, you have to really be looking for that, I feel. Or do you just really notice that and it bugs you? See, I don't have that. I used to have that a lot. Like, little tiny things would bug the shit out of me. They're just slightly off, or this or that, not symmetrical enough, whatever it was. And now I'm just like, who cares? Nice, man. That reminds me, I put all my clothes on my bed. Guess who's having a clothes buddy tonight? That clothes friend is going to be real nice. Just sitting there, being a lump, taking up parts of my bed. Looks pretty good. That's a pretty good looking blunt. Okay, well, there you go. It's all dependent on the individual. Again, I like to look at some of those Ask Reddit questions because I like to see if there's going to be more of a diverse, answering, or if it's more of a consensus. Because, like, there are some times when, like, the general amount of comments are more or less the same, just a slight variation. And then of course, there are the ones that are, between that, where everything is, kind of more or less diverse and dependent on the individual. Which I suppose, depending on the question, you could kind of already postulate how that will end up happening. Yeah. satisfying, because sometimes you have the resources, but you make poor decisions. However, it's a picture of a person that is just tying their shoes. Anyways, I don't know. Like, I get it. It's just, I don't really feel like I have too many resources sometimes. That's a really cute hummingbird getting petted. Alright, we're gonna refresh one more time, and then I think I'll just fucking relax and go to bed. I probably am not gonna be talking after that. If I was gonna, the favorite thing I love about love, the one that I'm referring to, it's just this general sense of like wanting me to do better, wanting me to get better, wanting like this is just like genuineness to her feelings. It's rare. It's very rare. There are definitely a lot of other things too, though. Kevin Hart's just get ragged on all the damn time, man. I like the word y'all. I mean, it depends, though. There are people that will say it every, like, just multiple times in a sentence, and it's fine every once in a while, but when it's used too often, I get kind of annoyed. Which I don't know why. It's not like words usually annoy me just because they're said. That's pretty cool. I don't ever truly relax. I used to use cannabis to do that and meditate. It was 2016 was such a nice time, man, for that. That was honestly the only ways that I ever truly actually relaxed. Where I would meditate, do really deep breathing, focus on tensing muscles and then relaxing them, and focusing on the breath coming in and out and pausing and relaxing and holding it out and then breathing back in, and focusing on like specific parts of the body, like the top of your head, and then you slowly go down, and then you imagine like the muscles and the skin and the nerves as you're going down, and you feel every bit of everything on that one bit of focus. And then eventually you get good enough to the point where you're literally feeling the entirety of your body when you do that. That's what I meant by conquering your universe, your body's universe. Because your body is basically a universe of different connections and organisms and organs and things going on. And then from that point, once you're able to do that, then you decide to try and go beyond what your body feels. And that was a lot more fun. Yeah. I really had a lot of fun doing that. That's a pretty cool guide, actually. It's like, hey, that's a cool guide. It's on the cool guides thing. Perfect place for it. Are you crying that often? Crying's not supposed to really be relaxing. It's more of a release. And then you relax. Let yourself go through the motions and everything else of whatever's going on with that. And then after you're done, allow it to pass. Focus on breathing again. Focus on parts of your body again. These are feeling good. These are okay. My breath is okay. I am okay. So on and so on. Then that will allow you to relax. Hopefully. Ooh, wow. That's a little mean. It's a good burn though. But I mean, what's a feminine pose and why is it a problem? You know, why would that be a murder? Right? As if a man can't be like, motherfucker, I am awesome, and you will respect me. Okay? Like, I don't care about femininity or masculinity. Those are concepts created by society. That's all they are. They're not real. There's no defining thing that says this is man, this is woman, and if you don't fit into these categories, you're not that. There is none of that. There's only your individuality and who you want to be and express yourself as you are. That is the reality of the situation. Other people will condemn and mock, have expectations, judge. Fuck them. Try your best to forget about them. Because if you're happy here and here about being true to yourself and how you're saying to the world, this is me, that is all that matters. The problem? Even in America, you can get your ass killed for doing that. So, be careful. Wow, look at those fucking units. Yeah, seems legit. Yeah, that really pissed me off. That when I saw that for the first time, the mother elephant and her calf getting like, fire things thrown at them, I was like, wow, that's just mean, straight up mean. I thought you guys figured that they were good, so you might, try and help them along, but instead you're pelting fireballs at these animals that just are looking for food in an environment that they're unfamiliar with. Like, I don't know, just doesn't sit well with me at all. Yeah. No, I do want to rock to that though, but no. You look fine. I mean, you want me to be brutally honest? Or, be honest? Like, you look fine to me. More than good enough. Um, that's really all that's needed. People think, women especially, I find this, but it can happen in men too. If they don't have the right body type, if they don't have the right this, they don't have the right that, then they're not considered good enough. And let me tell you, that isn't the case. that being said, there's something to be said if you're a glutton that doesn't do anything and so on and has all these other negative parts. Look at Jack Black. Dude's fucking, he's got a bit of his own belly going on, but I can guarantee you he pulls chicks no matter what. Because he's got that personality, he's got that confidence, he's got that swagger, he's got that happiness in him that is good. And it just attracts people. So. I go back to the beginning of the story and try and remember. Seriously. So what do you do when your mid-story conversation realize the story you're telling is pointless and that you forgot why you even started telling it at all? I end up starting to go back. I think about the last thing I said and I try and track it back to what the original thing is, and then the point that I was trying to make pops up in the back of my head, and then I go into just reiterating that basically. However, that's a small talent I have. It took a long time to do that. Other people might be able to do it really fast. Kudos to them, but it took me a long time, and I still fuck it up even now to be able to go back and look back at what I was saying to be able to come back to the point I'm trying to make. Nope. I'm not gonna watch a person try and snort pretzels just because they think it's funny. That shit gets stuck in your sinus cavity. Yeah, guess what? Now you have a constant infection, and you won't know why because you won't want to tell them, oh yeah, I might have snorted some pretzels, and this thing's decaying in my sinuses, and causing these major problems, which actually kind of reminds me I probably should get that checked out. Anyways. Oh, it's just the rules. Oh. Alright, one more. We'll do one more refresh. Alright, everybody. There we go. Do I not like Trump? Trump's a dick, man. Trump can go eat a bag of the saltiest, hottest, acidic bag of chips possible. Just fucking go after it. I want him to get the worst acid reflux he's ever had in his life. All the nausea. Screw him. Like, that's pretty inventive. Like, you know, I'm aiming for making him miserable as he makes others. You know, he gets punched, he laughs, he fucking likes the fucking fact that he managed to make you angry enough to do that. The only way you win with a person like that is being creative and making them miserable. You know, I don't know. That's a good debate. Actually, I like this. So, you got everything you want in life, but you and your future hypothetical family line are guaranteed horrible misfortune and tragedy. The other path, you have a comfortable but wholly unremarkable life. I'd crash and burn. I'd get everything I want in life, because everything I want in life is to change the world. There's always going to be bound, if that's what you want to do, you're going to be bound to the idea in your head. Misfortune, people are going to follow you. Things are going to be bad. So I'd do it anyways. Fuck it. Do it anyways. Because I have everything I need. So misfortune happens. You can weather through misfortune and tragedy. It's just a part of life. I fucking take it anyways. Some non-self-abusive ways to avoid overeating when it becomes my default. Distraction. That's a big one. Figure out something you can literally just focus in on for a good long time. Like it could be a movie, game, book, getting out and watching birds. Doesn't fucking matter. Just distract yourself with those. Overeating cravings will eventually start to go down. Like, I got kind of helped out with my random gut destruction bout of whatever was going on, and I literally was so nauseous I couldn't eat. It allowed my stomach to shrink more. So in that way, it was good. Therefore, I was able to eat less. Therefore, I was able to keep that up. And now, I'm back to trying to make it healthier. I'm not there yet. I'm working on it. I'm still eat from time to time too much. But in general, I also think that my thyroid might be playing a role in there. We'll see what happens. I do need to exercise more. I do need to eat a little bit less. But, I'm getting there. It takes time. It takes time. Unfortunately. It does kind of. It's true. That's a really good painting. I'm gonna comment on that. Alright, let's see here. Cell phone bill. I actually probably should look into personal finance if I was ever going to start doing that. Because I actually don't know too much about it. I get budgeting and stuff like that, but there are like forms and documents and things that need to get signed and updated, and I don't know anything about any of that, really, truthfully. I'm pretty terrible at it. It's not that I don't know, I know some things, but it's like, I just have so little experience in it because I've never had enough money being made in my life. Even when I was a dishwasher for 4 months or whatever it was, I still didn't make enough money to have to file taxes. So, yeah. I'm 27. 100,000 in loans. Don't know. If I had the world's attention for 30 seconds, what would I say? If we don't come together very soon, if we aren't able to put forth measures in place for a better future, not just for our grandchildren, but for our great-great-grandchildren, if we don't actually start trying soon, there will be no us forevermore. That's an act of genocide. There's no debate there. It's not a war. Oh my gosh. Anyways. And then he just goes back onto his phone for the remainder of the seconds. It's pretty poignant. The message doesn't need to be given for the whole 30 seconds. If you wanted me to really come up with a 30-second speech, it'd be more to a call to arms and a rise for action. Strike forth while the iron is hot. Because as you see, we live in a turmoil time, a huge chaos. But that's perfect. Chaos and turmoil means energy. Energy means potential. Potential means greatness if used right. That's some fucking good chicken. Look at that. Got me hungry at 2 in the goddamn morning. That just does not look good. Yeah. It's literally a little mannequin where they're trying to show you lifting incorrectly, and just watching them lift incorrectly is just like, oof, my back, I can already tell. The problem is that I have to bend at the waist for all these things. Like this coffee table, I have to bend at the waist. Like I have to do like a full squat just to be able to pick something up off of it. I don't want to fucking do that. Like every single time, like I'm constantly having to do the squats just to reach things that are low to the ground. You don't realize how tough it is. It takes energy to get back up too, you know. Anyways, these small little things people don't really understand about, like, oh, but you're tall, so you get to reach the tall stuff. I don't ask you as a small person to be reaching down on the ground for anything, do I? Because you're tiny, so you're closer to the ground, so obviously you should go get my stuff if I drop it. Is that a... Yes, it is. Oh, there you go. So, nickname. Well, I know what the story is behind my username. My username is actually very simple. Blargy Paston. And I created it by... It was a swear word. It was a swear word I created back in 9th grade because I was in football. And every swear word, like each letter in the swear, was 25 push-ups. And so I was like, Blargy Paston. And so I just stuck with it. And that's been my handle online for the longest time. Yeah. I'd rather just get head. I wouldn't risk it. If I had to wait 7 days, there are other things that we can do. You don't have to have that kind of fucking fun. And be responsible. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Pull-out method don't fucking work. People don't realize is that even some pre-cum can have a small amount of sperm in it in some cases. if you're, not quite tight down there, or if everything's there. And then there's the fact that you might leak a little bit before you're able to get out. That's in there. It's just not a very it's just not the best method. Let's put it that way. Damn right. Do I like Bruce Lee? You kidding me? Bruce Lee is one of the fucking coolest people, and it really sucks that he got killed. Bullshit is what it was. Is that gonna happen to me? Fuck no, it isn't. Why? Because that's not the path that's gonna happen. But there will be other things. So. I don't quite know yet. I just get the general impression past a certain point these things start happening, and then roughness, and then some calm, and then more roughness. Yeah. I don't know, honestly speaking. Immunization really should have been like standard in Western society, but I feel like people just got complacent and they got afraid of something they didn't understand. And then that stupid afraid, that fear, got bred into certain individuals, and they just perpetuated it. Like, they don't understand this, they don't know why it works, and then there's these, like, very small, subtle things that confirm that aren't real, and then paranoia ramps up, and then they just keep doing that, and it just anybody that tells them that they're wrong, of course they're not wrong, because I know, and I'm not paranoid because I know. It can be dangerous. It's a looped thought. It's a completely closed loop thought, and that's dangerous because unless you're able to break it and then try and stretch it out, like it's just not going to happen. The ice is okay. So this is something that got me when I was way too high one time. Uh, we have an ice maker over there, obviously in the refrigerator, and when it's done, it flips it over. And if you're not ready for it and you're really high and you're thinking about something else, and then you just hear this random noise, and you're hard of hearing like I am, and you don't have your hearing aids on, but you still hear that somewhat, terrifying. It's very terrifying. It's really not the best. She's like, where'd that noise come from? And it's not going to show up for like another couple hours. And then if you're still high, it's like, where the fuck did that noise come from? Clearly now, I know for a fact there was a noise. Okay? Where the fuck was it? And then you start searching for it. It's just a fucking ice maker. Like, stop going into my mind. Like, no, that's just actually pretty common, I think. Wow, it's not good. What invention could make you millions? Honestly speaking, you don't want to invent something. Science will. I mean, there are things that you could invent, but in reality, it's usually better to look at sustainable growth of a company or um, a type of product that you want or service that you want to sell. That's just usually easier and ultimately long term more viable than trying to invent something. That isn't to say it's not impossible, it's just difficult and takes time and effort and energy and much more money than most people have. So, I see a psychologist, I see a psychiatrist and a therapist. Um, and I go to my primary care, like I go to my doctors. Just with the way my therapist is set up, it's every 2 weeks, and that's because of the way they schedule that. They don't consider me an immediate threat to harming myself or others or whatever, so I'm not as priority. Therefore, it's every 2 weeks. But there have been times when it has been, priority, and so I did get it the week after. Um, my psychiatrist is in my SMI clinic, and I only have one medication, so there's that. It's not really needed per se. That's scary. Wow. What is happiness to me? It's a feeling, a moment, and a couple of thoughts along the way. But it goes away. But you enjoy what you get. It's not meant to be forever, but you enjoy it while you have it. Dang. That fucking luck, though. That's a statistical anomaly right there. Favorite hangover comfort movie? What makes you laugh? Because that's what you're going to want to watch. If you're hungover, you want to watch something that is mildly funny. Not uproariously funny, just mildly funny. That way it doesn't just annoy you with how it's trying to be funny. It's just something in the background. You know? But that's for movies. I would just do The Office. Because The Office just feel good. It's just a feel good series. That's all it is. He's running! Yay! Worst decision in my life. I don't know. My life hasn't ended yet, so I don't know what it has been. So far? I don't know. You know, like, worst decision, best decision, it's all relative. You know what I mean? What might seem like in the moment is the worst decision might propel you towards a situation that is ultimately good and better for you. So you never really know. You know when they hit each other with chairs or tables, or they fall through tables, or they get hit upside the head with like a beer bottle or some pottery, or even a frying pan? That shit it doesn't seem to injure them that much. That shit will kill you. Straight up murder your ass. So that's a big difference, big discrepancy in movies, right there. All right, that will be the last one, and I need to go brush my teeth, get ready for bed. Salud. I have to do this. Still recording. That's